I'll be with everybody in a moment. If you could all keep yourselves muted for the time being until I've gotten everyone on the call, that would be much appreciated. Just letting everybody in. Anybody who can keep their mic muted if you haven't gotten the note yet, just please keep yourselves muted until almost everyone's here.
I thought his response was actually more enlightening than my statement. And so far,
Anybody who didn't get the notice, please mute yourself. No crazy echo, and I will do everything once everybody is majority people are on.
thank you. I'm George Stephan. Thanks for joining us here on this special edition of ABC News Live.
Okay. Let me just double check, make sure that we're not waiting on more people. I know there's a couple of people who are still aiming to get in. There's like 15 of us, so I'll wait a couple more minutes. And this is going to be ongoing, so you guys don't have to. If any of you are coming and going, you're more than welcome to. I'll come back later. Think of this as a week where you guys can come and go as you please. Guy, man. If everybody can just mute their mics until we're ready.
One of the nation's leading public health experts joined us live.
Not backing down. President Trump standing by his coronavirus response.
I know he did this as bad, but I'll be right.
As new poll shows Joe Biden's surging. Critical.
Artie, are you drinking?
Portland chaos. Tensions escalating overnight after security fights against unidentified federal officers accused of detaining protesters out of the city. Breaking overnight.
I hope anybody who has theirs has their figures ready and accessible. And
Lucky to be alive. How a woman survived this dangerous
and a red candle. Superhero.
sparking racing.
Pouring in for John Lewis. Hundreds gathering overnight for a candlelight vigil in Atlanta, honoring the legacy of the conscience of Congress.
And ABC exclusive. 1-1 with Alex Trebek, the latest on the Jeopardy host battle with pancreatic cancer. After they revealing with experimental treatment, details will be his lab, and his plans for his future on the iconic game show. Did it ever cross your mind? Maybe you have already. Why did it something he said we never would? Write a memoir. The answer is Good Morning America.
Everybody's coming in here one after the other.
Good Morning America. America's going to be on this Monday morning with the Williams.
It is a busy morning. We're going to get to it. We're starting with the latest on the coronavirus emergency across the country. The majority of states are now battling rising infections. The U.S. now reporting nearly 3.8 million cases and over 140,000 deaths.
And some of America's hotspots are overwhelmed. 37 states are seeing an increase in hospital admissions. And there was in Miami with the very latest. We're testing live something a big issue. Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Michael. There is a huge demand for testing, and that's leading to a strain on labs statewide. This is the front line for testing here. I'm
I'm gonna give it till 7:10 my time, and everybody's got different time zones. It's probably a quick easy. We'll do the beginning part. If you haven't yet or haven't gotten the note, please mute yourselves to allow everybody to be able to hear properly. And then I'll open the floor if anybody wants to say some words. So I'm just double checking, making sure.
Really a race against the vaccine. It's a race against time. The vaccine reportedly showing a positive immune response protecting against COVID-19 in phase 1 of its trial. Blood samples in those given a dose reportedly showing an increased presence of antibodies and T cells that might stop the novel coronavirus in its tracks. The truth is that we don't know when we'll have a final result on how well the vaccine works. It's likely to be months rather than weeks. And we said before we were aiming for September, October time. I still think that's a realistic aspiration.
First time in one of these, so we're seeing how it works.
Okay.
Hey, Dusk.
Yes.
Thanks for doing this.
2 minutes, 7:10. I posted in the thing. We can make sure if anybody who is coming in will be able to be here for the beginning, and then I'll kind of open the floor. So 2 minutes-ish, just to make sure. I posted the link a few more times. If point in the matter of whoever's coming in over the next few hours.
People are finding it difficult to even find a test. Ryan Devlin is flying from California to Idaho for testing.
I feel like I'm taking a risk, definitely, but we're taking a risk. We can't get a label, and we get a test, we can't get results.
On Sunday, with thousands of new cases, Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti boarding of another bus.
All right. Everybody see my little setup here? Can I? Try and make it so everything can be in this shot, but I don't think that's gonna be as doable. So, I think we can get started. I think if anyone else who is coming in will be joining in later, and I'm gonna do this a couple more times, and I'm gonna give the floor. This is mostly as everybody comes and goes, and we're gonna say our pieces. So, thank you all for coming. First and foremost, we are here to celebrate. Oh, somebody else is here. This is why I wanted to wait. All right. I think that's everyone for now. I mean, there's 24 people, so at this point, anybody extra is coming in, they're going to hear this a couple more times. So, thank you all for coming and joining us. We are here to celebrate the life of one of the best real-life superheroes to ever be part of the community. Dale Pople, aka Old Superhero. From going out of his way to meeting new RLSH and showing them the ropes, or meeting their parents even, and getting their okay and letting them know what's going on, and as I've heard, hosting and attending charity events, to just being around to chat about old superhero movies or Godzilla movies. He's always been the real life Superman of the real life superhero community. Even if there were people he didn't see eye to eye with always, he was always willing to communicate, to learn. And he would be willing to see your side even if he didn't fully understand it. And obviously, like all of us, he was human. He had his shortcomings, but he would do his best to become a better superhero because of them, each and every time. So we are here to honor our own fallen. So I can only hope that we've made him proud. If any of you light them. I'm going to make it so that everybody's. And if anybody would like to say anything, if anybody would like to have the floor now, if anybody has anything they would like to say, just put your superhero name in the messages, and I'll let you know to unmute. We're gonna just do this fair for everybody. All right, Impact. If you'd like to start, by all means, go right on ahead.
So I'm actually I don't even have my little figure with me. I'm not at home. I'm in a hotel room outside of Miami for work. But I do actually have this. I have a journal, and on it is a sticker from the first time I got to meet Superhero. Actually, I think this is from when he sent me the figure. And I'm very happy that it's on this journal because it's, it's always there with me because I travel with this a lot. But the thing I wanted to say was, it's not. I don't have like necessarily a story about him where we did something, but something about his character. Where back when Corona first started hitting, Dale tended I don't think he entirely believed it was a big deal, and he seemed to question why people wore masks. And I have a brother and a father who are both in the medical field, and I knew I was going to be traveling for work, and I was frustrated that it seemed like he wasn't taking a big deal, and I kind of snarkily commented on some of his posts, like, yes, this is a big deal. Yes, people who are in shape can get it. It doesn't matter. And the real important thing is Dale, and I didn't even say that much, but Dale noticed that something was bothering me. And he didn't just message me, he called me. And we had a long conversation, just catching up and him taking the time to listen to why something that he didn't think that was a big deal was important, why I was bothered by it. And I think that's defining of his character. He took the time to listen and get to know people. Even if he, like you said before, even if he didn't agree, he would try and understand. And I think that is one of the best qualities about him, and one that everyone should look for to emulate. And I didn't see him as much as I'd like considering our proximity, but I'm gonna miss him because I did get to work with him in person, and he was a great guy and fun to be around. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Impact. Definitely something I think we can all agree on. All right. Hello, Zeta. Next, we're gonna put up. Let's see. Artistroy, I believe you were next. I'm sorry, the chat kind of got a little buried on my end. Artistroy, you're next up. And remember, if you haven't gotten the notice, if you're new here, if you'd like to say a few words, just put your name in the messages, and I will gladly give you your fair share turn. So, Artistroy, you're up next, then Razorhawk. So you guys can just go right into the net.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Artistroy. I used to patrol with Superhero. So when he would go out at night and stuff, he would often call me up and see if I wanted to go with him, and I would go on these patrols with him. He was always amazing, and he was always much more willing to do stuff that I feared for myself to do. So we would go into some very bad parts of the town. In the middle of the night, 2 o'clock in the morning, driving down back alleys and stuff. And he had no fear. He was a superhero. He would jump into the middle of anything. I've got more I want to say, but I'm going to have to come back to it. So, but he was my friend, and I'm going to miss him. So, there'll be more. I'll be around for a while. I'll speak more later. Okay.
Of course, whenever you want to say anything, just throw your name in there, and or even speak up if it's quiet. You're more than welcome to. But yeah. Razorhawk, you're up next.
You're still on mute, Razorhawk.
How about now?
Good to go.
No, I can't hear you at all, Razorhawk. I have no idea what you just said.
Hi. No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to be that way. Hey, MP. Well, let's see. I've known Dale since before I started doing this, and I've been doing this since 2008. The only time I ever got to meet and work with Dale was at San Diego Comic-Con, San Diego Hope, 2011. 9 freaking years ago. It doesn't seem like that long ago. But he was definitely like the best. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. I never really had any beef with him like some people have had, or disagreements. He and I shared a lot of common interests and likes, and both being wrestlers and both being RLSHs, and both being older than most people. But he always was there. You know what I mean? He was always just one of those good guys that really actually cared, in general. I mean, just about helping people, and yeah, it's just, I just can't believe this went the way it did. I don't know, but I definitely think the last real interaction I had with him was around the time the pandemic really started, the lockdown, quarantine and stuff. He had sent me I don't have it with me, but he sent me a figure of him as in the Sandman costume from Logan's Run, because I had done up a picture of a packaging idea for a Logan's Run figure with his character. Yep, Sandman. And that's one thing I liked about him. He really, when he got into something, he was into it. He the whole Logan's Run thing, he just totally threw his whole self into it. And doing the show with Tony, he threw himself into it. And when he was doing the superhero thing, he always threw himself into it all the way. He was never like half-assed at anything, that I ever saw. Sadly, I didn't. When we talked about likes and dislikes. We never got into a lot of the feelings stuff. So we never talked about a lot of what was going on in either of our heads. And, both of our heads apparently are not set quite properly. But I wish I would have known more about what was going on with him. I didn't see his video until after I'd heard about it. I actually had to go to his page to see it. It never showed up for me. And now that I've watched it over and over again, it's just driving me a little bit wonky. So, but the one thing about him that I'll say before I leave is, you look at him and the name was Superhero. And it just seemed like, even when I first got involved, it seemed like Superhero just seemed like such a plain name, and like, not something somebody could live up to. But he was the guy that lived up to that name. He was probably one of the few people that could live up to that name. And yeah, I feel bad for all his, his family and his, extended family and everybody that he's touched in the community. And that's been a really rough couple days. So with that, I'll let somebody else take over.
Thank you for that. I think we could all agree that the discussions of likes and dislikes, ranging from Godzilla to obscure superhero movies to Logan's Run, has always been something that you could always count on him for. I think one of the last couple of conversations that he and I had that was like a very long conversation was entirely about new superhero movies versus classic superhero movies, and it was just a very long, in-depth conversation about what goes into those types of movies and the audiences and such. So, I definitely could always count on him for that type of conversation. I apologize, Anthony. I saw your message, so I did not see it as your name, but you can have the floor. You're more than welcome to. You were here, one of the first people here, so go right on ahead. You're still muted. Still muted.
I think a lot of people are having issues with this interface.
If you're using the laptop, the bottom has the turn off and on microphone button. Sometimes if you're using a phone, though, it can be a little convoluted.
Also, if you're using a computer, the interface for the microphone and the camera sometimes hides. So you just need to move your mouth to the bottom.
Oh, there we go.
How about now?
We can hear you now.
Hello?
We can hear you. We're good.
Okay. Hey, how you doing? I'm Tony Caputo. I worked with Dale on a few film projects. We were with Angry Elf Entertainment. I've known Dale for about 20 years. We worked together as set builders at a Home Shopping Network. We were in the same department. We had left for different reasons, and then we actually showed up a few years later, actually working for Publix. I worked for Publix, and he worked for Boar's Head. We got together, and me and two other partners had started a film company, and we were looking for actors. And so one day I asked Dale, I said, hey, how would you like to do a movie for us? He was enthusiastic. He says, yeah, I've been doing things for years, and I wanted to do something different. I wanted to try out. So he tried out for our first film, which was The Glass Half Full. Came in, just like old times. He was very professional on the set. And we've done some numerous projects here and there. I went with him when he was actually Old Superhero for an interview with a film festival last year. I did some interview work with him on that. And we just completed our next final feature with him, Dollface, which he's in that film as well. He was just that kind of guy. He was just a good man. And he wanted to do other things. He says he wanted to someday get back into the hero side of it, but he wanted to try different waters. So we were working on ideas for different projects. And I just found out yesterday what had happened. It just hit me like you wouldn't believe. And I'm still shocked over that. And all the good this man has done. Throughout the years and stuff like that. And even though he had a brave face, he was just, I guess, things inside. As a fellow vet, because he's a vet too. I wished I may have been talking to him more, but it's just a sad time. But he was a very good man, and I guess I can go on, but I guess I can let somebody else have a chance to speak.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I've watched Portrait of a Superhero. I think all of us have watched it quite a few times at this point. And just everything he had his hands in, everything he worked on. It's like I said before, he put his all into it. Yeah, that's all anybody can ask for. Skyman, I believe you are up next, and then the Beacon.
Hey guys, Skyman here.
Hey, Skyman.
I'm seeing Anthony. Okay. Anyway, I couldn't believe yesterday when my girlfriend was on scrolling through her Facebook feed and she said, "Oh my God, superhero." She showed me, and I still can't believe it. He can't be gone. He was before any of us. Most of us. He was my friend and mentor since day one. I remember meeting him and Razorhawk on the old Heroes Network. Way back when social media was still in its infancy and we hadn't all migrated over to anything like MySpace or Facebook, and just his words of encouragement through all that I went through over the years. And I've been doing this now a decade. I thought he was going to be around forever, you know? It's just flooring that he's gone. I'm still in shock. I'm still stunned. I still have this feeling of it can't be true. Last night I went through a dark period because of it, because I remember the last talk we had was about, life's challenges and how he may be going through everything, but the one thing he kept telling us and myself was it gets better. I have to hang on to that. I can't think about the road he went down that led him to such tragedy. It gets better, people. No matter what you're going through, no matter what adversity, no matter what problems life throws at you, and believe me, 2020 will be a year no one will forget. I loved that man. I loved him more than a lot of superheroes in this community, and I'm well-liked and been friends with a lot of people over the years. But he was a force to be reckoned with, Dale was. There's several of his sayings, several of his teachings that will remain with me forever. When it's a boring night out on patrol and nothing's happened, you made it home and you feel like you're disappointed for going out, one of his teachings was, be content you went. Be content you went. Another of his phrases that will live with me that I've emulated for the past decade was, live the gimmick. Be who you are. Don't just shy away from, hey, I'm a superhero, look what I can do. Be that role. Because being a part of this community has changed my life so much for the better. I have met friends that will last a lifetime. Dusk, Razorhawk, Impact, Artie. I could go on and on about just seeing these names scroll up and down the screen of people who want to be here, giving their 2 cents and remembering the great man that was old superhero. He may be gone, but he is not forgotten. Never for me. Never. I had to dig out my superhero pin that he mailed to me last year. Last year when he did the free comic book day at the library, he had a few buttons left over, and I was one of the lucky recipients, and I also got a I'm a superhero sticker. I am going to cherish these, and I'm going to add this button with maybe the little black stripe that I've been seeing. I'm going to add that to my gimmick for a while.
I gotta ask, what happened to him exactly? I just heard about him last night, and I've me and him have been asking what's been going on. So does anybody know what happened? We know he killed himself, but anybody know how?
We're not going to talk about many of the nitty-gritty details. We're mostly just here to discuss his life.
I don't think that matters at the moment.
At the moment, that's not what we're here to discuss. We're just here to talk about him, his life, what we all have taken away from it, and
to us.
And Sky. I mean, you can continue if you were still.
I'm going to be off and on. Your tears have been getting to me, Doug. I'm gonna mute for a while. Thanks, buddy.
No, I totally understand. I think one of the most important things out of all that is Sky. It's like you said, I think for a lot that the real life superhero community can take away from this is that we've all known each other for, at the very least, most of us have known each other for a good 5 to 10 years within the community. I know me, I started in 2010, and I know most of these faces, most of these names, most of all of you, I've known for a decade, an entire decade, that I've known Dale, that I've known you guys, that I've known, this community. And that's longer than any of us have gone to school for, if you really think about it. And not counting college, obviously. College, you'll be in there forever. But like when you think about middle school, you're there for about 5 or so years, 5, 6 years, and then high school, you're there for 4 years, and then those 3 years in between. So yeah, you get a good, like, I have known this community, the people in this community, and Dale, and you guys for about as long as I would know somebody I went to school with since kindergarten. So I think with that said, I think it's important to acknowledge that these are the connections that not only Dale's made, but all of us have made with each other, with him, through him, because of him. And I think another thing that you said, being the gimmick and like kind of living into that, I think that's definitely something I learned from Dale very early on in all of this. Something I learned was that very much like, just be the gimmick, lean into it, have fun with it. You're Dusk, be Dusk. You're Skyman, be Skyman. You're Impact, be Impact. And that was always just his thing, was just be who you are. That's it. For anybody who's recently new, and I know we got a good amount of people in, if you put your superhero name or your non-superhero name, if you're just here to support, just put your name, or if you say a message in the comments, in the messengers, go right on ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to call out the names that you put on here, and you'll have your floor to speak. Beacon, it is your turn.
All right, so I've only been in the RLSH community for about 3 years now, and I've only met Dale. Well, I've never met Dale in person, but I started talking to him about a year ago. I heard of Dale a while ago, though, but he's always been a big inspiration to me. And I actually got to do a interview with him back in December. And last night I was listening over the call I did with him and just hearing him. He'd make random jokes and just, he'll laugh and you could hear his laugh. It's like this fun, happy laugh and everything. And just knowing that won't be able to hear that laugh anymore, just, it gets to you. Dale was a really good man, and it's sad that he's gone. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you. And I think something from that I think we can take away is the fact that it's something you said that specifically was you didn't meet him, but you met him online. And I think we're in 2020. I think at this point, if you've had a conversation with somebody for more than, a couple of minutes or a couple of days on Messenger, you've met that person. You know that you can know someone pretty well from just messaging them, from just talking to them, from reading their statuses, comments. So I think even if I've never met him in person. I've had opportunities that have fallen through. He and I were supposed to meet up a couple of times, and it just never seemed to work out for the both of us. But that doesn't change the conversations we've had. That doesn't take away the comments, the patients, phone calls when applicable. Like, I think stuff like that's important for any type of relationship. So I think even if any of us haven't met him in person, those bonds were still forged through the community. Let me just, I'm sorry, I have to scroll back. Good Samaritan, your turn. Go right on ahead.
Okay, is it on?
Yeah, you're on.
Okay, great. I feel like I've been saying the same thing all day today and yesterday. I've known Dale since the first that big photo shoot, the Pete Tangen photo shoot from I want to say a little over a decade ago, something like that, in Los Angeles. I was living out there. It was actually the first day I put on my original version of this gimmick. I showed up. I had been online talking with people in the RLSH community on Heroes Network, the Heroes Network forums, and MySpace when that was a thing. And so I hadn't really met anyone. I think I met one other RLSH. And when he was there, he was trying to videotape everything. And I was someone who worked in television as a cameraman and all that. Said, oh, I can help, and told him a bit about what I did industry-wise. And he's like, oh, I'm a TV guy too. So I spent the whole day running around with a camera, just getting all sorts of B-roll footage. And he made it into a DVD that he sent out to a bunch of people who were at the photo shoot. And I remember getting, much like Skyman was talking about, those I Met Superhero stickers. You know, he sends you the portrait of him standing with the car, you know, with the Supermobile. And I'm like, what the hell is all of this? But it's all these knickknacks and everything. And the DVD was with it. And on the, I think either there was a note or it was actually signed on the photo itself. I have to find it. It's somewhere in storage. And it says, hey, thanks for helping me out. Thanks for helping me capture the day and film it. It really meant a lot to me. And, you know, that meant a lot to me. When I hit probably my lowest point, I became homeless, living out in LA because it's really expensive to live in LA. And I was, you know, sleeping on people's couches and not really sure what to do with myself. I was a mess. I was not in the right headspace. And he actually sent me money to get back on my feet a little bit so I can head home to Louisiana, where I was from. And about a year or so later, he goes on a road trip. He comes through Louisiana. We decide to meet up for lunch, and I have the money. I try to give it to him, and he denies it. He says, no, I don't want it. What do you mean? I owe you. He goes, no, pay it forward. And that kind of blew my mind. Fast forward a few years later, I moved to Florida for a job, and it was okay. It was fine. And my father passed away day before my birthday. Actually, it was a few years back. And shortly thereafter, I lost my job, about a month after my dad passed. And for about a year up until that point, Dale would call me occasionally going, hey, how do you like Florida? It's okay. He goes, oh, well, you know, how would you like to work with me at ION? You've worked in television. You like to work at ION. I said, yeah, sure. Why not? Living in LA, everybody promises, you know, oh, I've got this great gig for you and whatnot. And it always falls through. It never happens. So I'm like, oh, sure, buddy. It's not going to happen, you know? And so I just would smile and say, sure. And when, once again, I was at my lowest point, I lost my father, I lost my job, I wasn't sure what was going to happen next. I get a call. Hey, put out your resume. They're ready. They want you. I put your name out there. All right. Not confident it's going to happen at all, but suddenly I got an interview. And then about a day or so later, I got the job. And then he and I were coworkers. We worked in a master control room. And he introduced me to terrible 80s movies like Chopping Mall and would not shut the hell up about Logan's Run. I've never seen it. I don't know the appeal. I guess I have to watch it now. And then a few months later, I had acquired my father's Cadillac. He had an Ugelhorn installed on it, so it was silly and ridiculous. And it was a Cadillac CTS, like a 2006 Cadillac CTS with an Ugelhorn. That's how ridiculous my dad was. So I needed to go and inherit it. I needed to go and get it in Louisiana and drive it back. But my current car fell apart and I needed to get a rental. I didn't have a credit card. I couldn't pay for the rental. Dale shows up at Enterprise with me and rents the car for me and says, just pay me back when you're done. And so I was able to drive to Louisiana, get my dad's car, and take it back. And I paid him back within a month. But every single time in my life that I would get hit with something really, really hard, Dale showed up and he actually saved my life. And I'm still living in Florida. I'm still in St. Petersburg, Florida. It's about like 10 minutes out from Clearwater or something like that. And if it wasn't for Dale, I would not be living in this house that I'm in. I wouldn't have met my girlfriend, you know, who I'm planning on marrying. And I wouldn't have adopted my dog wherever he is. He's a good Samara dog. He's somewhere around here. My life got exponentially better. He used to say to me that he always walked out. You know, he always landed on his feet and then considered himself very lucky. Fact of the matter is that that guy's luck would always rub off on people in the best ways. And, you know, he taught me a lot about when, you know, about when life gets tough and just not giving up and keeping on going. And I know it's easy to right now ask the question, why? You know, why would he do this? Why would he choose this? And really, the way I see it is this kind of a thing, yes, it's a choice, but depression is sort of like you're on a boat in the ocean and the boat capsizes and there's wreckage everywhere, there's a storm. And you're just afloat and you're trying to stay afloat as best as you can. And then a tsunami hits. That's kind of what it's like to fall into that dark place. And so I don't want to make excuses. But for those who are wondering why, you know, it's never as simple as that. It's rarely ever that simple. We'll never fully understand the complexities of what's going on in anyone's mind, especially Dale. But, you know, on Thursday, this past Thursday, I called him right after his post with, and I'm sorry if I'm taking too long, I apologize, I'm going to wrap it up. But when he announced on Facebook that he was getting a divorce, I was going through my own family drama that morning, and I was like, you know what? The world's on fire. Might as well call Dale and check on him and see if he's okay. You know, everybody seems to be going through hell right now. Might as well look out for one another. And I remember checking in on him and talking to him, and you know, he was framing it as a new beginning. You know, everything was amicable with the divorce. He was looking at a new job as an RN, something like that. I CRN, something along those lines. And, you know, we just kind of talked about everything from, you know, life. I told him about the drama going on in my family, and one family member in particular I told him about, he's like, that guy sounds like an asshole. And I'm like, yeah, that's Dale for you. You know, he's just going to tell it to you bluntly, exactly what he thinks. And he genuinely thought, I'm going to make it. I'm going to bounce back. This is a new beginning. And things fell apart, obviously. And I thought it was weird because, you know, in another recent conversation, we were talking about the show Watchmen, the HBO miniseries. He only saw the first few episodes. I saw the whole thing, and I said, you need to finish this damn thing so we can talk about it. You're the only one I want to talk to about it. And it's weird, and it's a minuscule thing, but it's like he'll never finish it, and we'll never have that conversation. And that sucks. That's terrible. But and someone mentioned his laugh. I was thinking about that yesterday as well. I'll never hear that laugh again. And these are terrible things to realize because he was such a terribly wonderful person to each of us. And I think I'll finish up by saying this. There was something that he always kind of put out there about an RLSH's gimmick. And I feel like I've always used it when talking to my teammates and friends about their looks. But it's also something that I've learned to use when trying to look at my own life, especially based on how Dale has impacted me. And to paraphrase, he basically said, try adding a little more color. It goes a long way. So that's all I've got to say there. I will hand the floor off to you.
Thanks. I think so many great things you've said, and I think I know for a fact him and his obsession and hype over Logan's Run has me putting in my calendar. Literally, I think we had a conversation. He was like, "How old are you?" And I'm like, "I'm 28. I'm gonna be 29." And he was like, "When you turn 30, you have to watch Logan's Run." And I was like, "All right," I put it in my calendar. So you be damn sure on my 30th birthday, I'm going to sit down and I will watch Logan's Run for the first time. But yeah, it's like he always gave his 100% into everything, and I think every single person who spoke to him, who knew him, who saw a post by him, knew it. Anytime he posted anything, it was always his 100%. And like you said, he and I talked about Watchmen those first 2 episodes. And I went, "You have to finish this because you and I can have a very interesting conversation about it. I need you to finish it." And like how into it he was, I was very excited for him. And then, when everything was happening Thursday, when he and I spoke, I think everybody spoke. I think everybody reached out on Thursday, and we all were just. He was like, "Yeah, no, I'm good. New beginnings. We're good. We're amicable, all good." And so, I was very excited for him, and I was very excited to see what would happen. He was coming back out, and I guess everything just happens at once. Life happens, and But it's like you said, it's just a matter of just remembering. Owl, I believe you're up next, and then after Owl is Icon. So you have the floor, Owl.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I am somewhat new to the RLSH, but only new to actually being active. When the RLSH documentary first came out, like around I think it was maybe 2007 or 2008. I was still in elementary school, I think, and Dale was one of the ones in it that really stuck out to me. Dark Guardian was cool, Master Legend was cool, but then something about Dale, there was a little bit something different there, and he stuck out. It was cool, and my entire life I had been beaten, abused, and hurt, and felt forgotten. And I found my confidence in such in comic books. So when I saw Dale and the others, I just instantly clicked, and I felt a strong connection there. So I was like, that's what I'm gonna do. There are the people that understand me. They see what's going on. They see the crap that happens that no one else is doing anything to stop. And for a while, Dale was my inspiration, still is. I lived, every day with, old superhero in my mind, putting myself in his shoes whenever I was in a bad situation. I heard that he was going through some things, a couple years ago. And he seemed so invincible to me. He seemed like someone that couldn't be broken. He did so much for everyone. And he was just a genuinely kind person. And I don't think I've ever met in my life someone as upstanding as he was. Because everyone I had ever met was either too lazy or too full of themselves to see the bigger picture. But he wasn't. He did everything he could to keep his area safe, to provide for others who needed him. He helped out when maybe some of you, other people wouldn't help you out. Maybe he helped you. Dale was a good man and a very honest man. I never met him, but I had a few interactions with him online. And when I had my first interaction with him, it was something so spectacular. It's like being a 10-year-old and getting noticed by the biggest rock star in the whole world. It's like getting noticed by Kiss. So obviously I lost it. And I cherished that moment so much. And I got hit back with my depression again a couple weeks ago. And Dale posted something under it. It's still there in the comments section. And I read it about 3 times over again. I understood that, sometimes even when things don't look their brightest, and when it feels like the whole world is crumbling around you, and all you can do is just freeze up, you can still move, you can still run through it, and you can still keep on your feet. Because if he could go through much worse than I did, then what is my issues to that? Like, if he can do it, why can't I? He helped me man up. And I'm still young. I'm only just about to hit my 20s, and just hearing that he isn't on the earth anymore. I was in so much denial last night, and I still kind of am. I bawled my eyes out for a little bit because losing someone who maybe you never met but felt so close to can sometimes even be worse than meeting them and losing them. And please, everyone, the people you love, the people that you care about, the people who you are soon to meet, cherish them close, because you never know what they might be going through. And if you're going through something, it's okay. Showing your emotions does not make you weak. There are people out there who know what you're going through. All you have to do is find them, and it will be okay. I prayed for the first time last night about Dale. I prayed for the first time in like maybe 12, 13 years. And the last thing I have to say is go RLSH. He was a good man. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think definitely a lot of us we're all here because we were inspired by him in some way, but I definitely know for sure for me, that documentary, I also saw that back in 2008, 2009, I think I watched it for the first time, because it was shortly after that, and I saw in the news a couple of the New York RLSH, and that inspired me to do it. But definitely everyone that was in that original documentary when that first came out, they're all of them, including Superhero, huge inspirations. It's definitely what got me, to mask up. Icon, you're up next. You have the floor.
Thank you. I never met the guy. I interacted with him on Facebook. I've heard stories about him from Artie. He was like my closest, the Kevin Bacon game to him. But I didn't know what I wanted to do. And when I found the superhero documentary and he was there and he was in Clearwater, I was like, oh my God. And he had that cool car, like his own Batmobile. It was awesome. And I wanted to go out and get me a spandex suit. And I said, I found my calling. And I looked up Team Justice, and, there were pictures of Artie, him, and Jaguar, and some of the others. I forgot who they are. Symbiote. And I wanted to do what they did. And I saw his interview with Night Owl from The Watchmen. I was like, that dude is cool. I wish I could be like that guy. And he was an inspiration to me. And when it hit me yesterday that what had happened, I'm jealous that you guys actually got to meet him, the ones that did. face to face. I'm jealous of Good Samaritan. I'm jealous of Artista Roy. I wish I could have had, you too, Razorhawk. I wish I could have had the opportunity to meet him, and I did have an opportunity, but with work and life, you know, it just didn't happen. I would have loved to have shook his hand, but it really threw me when I saw what you posted, Dusk, and I was like, oh my God, what's going on? So I immediately called Artie, and I was blown away. And you know, I talked to Impact today, and I called you, Good Samaritan, see how you're doing and all that. And you know, he's an inspiration to me. All of you are an inspiration to. Hey, look, it's rock and roll from California. He was an inspiration. You guys are an inspiration. I suffer from bipolar, so I understand depression. And if anybody out there in our community is feeling bad, please, it's not that bad. Reach out to someone. And with that, I'll be quiet. And Zeta, you look great, by the way, and so forth. And I'm gonna go off the camera.
Thank you for that, Icon. Yeah, it'd be presumptuous of me to say that I think if you put a community full of people who all wear costumes, sorry about that. I think I don't want to think it's too presumptuous of me to think that, you know, when you put a community of people who are all like-minded individuals that want to do good dressed in costumes, that, you know, maybe not all of us are on the neurotypical playing field. That being said, I think it does say that the understanding of that, the understanding that each and every one of us do have that uniqueness about us, is definitely something that can be celebrated, as well as, you know, made aware. You know, be aware of each other's depression, but also don't let that uniqueness be knocked out of you. If that makes sense. I'm kind of emoting in real time, and this is on to the next person. I believe Redline/Tempo, you are up next.
Oh, sorry. Hey. Wow, nothing like a new video chat format to make me feel like a boomer, right? Anyways, I learned about this at a very young age, as a minor as well. And at the time, you know, if you looked at the different, well, first off, the turn gimmick, that's the whole concept. I mean, he created that for us, you know, in the same way Newt Rockne changed football so much. Old Superhero changed heroing or heroics so much. And I guess one of the things that always stood out to me the most was, you know, being growing up a nerdy high schooler that wanted to make a difference in the world. I wasn't sure what to do, and I thought to myself, you know, glad I didn't go out and do too much actual vigilante work or patrolling, as I ended up with a few injuries. But seeing how you could also make outreach, you could also make philanthropy all part of, you know, your gimmick. That was something that really did inspire me, was the It Gets Better video. I think almost everyone here has seen it. Does everyone remember? You know, with the one where he would kind of, I could pantomime it. He would like be here. Let's imagine I have like some Godzillas and be like dusty and go like, oh hey, it gets better. And I thought about where, you know, I was a, you know, self-destructive teenager who would try to take Lexapro recreationally. That's how terrible it was. So, but he gave me a concept that not necessarily I've stuck with my whole life or very long, but it was something that helped me out a lot. And you know, with bipolar disorder and with depression, it's so bipolar disorder has a 15% rate. I think my goal would be to bring that down to 14. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I think for all sacrifices he made for us, he deserves it. Other thing I think that always stood out about him, even before you would hear him speak, was you know, this is back in 2010. It was a lot of people in full face masks. It was a lot of people that looked like Image Comics vigilantes, or in worst cases, Amalgam Comics vigilantes. You know, you've seen them. People with names like Death's Head Moths. Remember Death's Head Moths? Yeah. There was, and seeing all of these, or even Thanatos. Yeah, Thanatos is, I've never met Thanatos, but every time you will see him, you kind of want to like put a jacket on because you feel like you want to add another layer just in case. But then there was Superhero, and he wore these bright colors. He didn't wear a mask. I mean, honestly, I think I've seen more pictures of him wearing like prescription glasses than sunglasses, you know, and he had a bright red helmet that matched his Stingray with Aqua Teen Hunger Force stickers on the back. And, you know, in a world where we have, I mean, look, we have in a world where we have people in full face gear at the moment storming our cities, I think it's beautiful to see someone who was very out in the open like that. I also wanted to speak, I don't know if he's able to make it, but Danger Man, who I've started working for, I just wanted to say that he also was really sorry. He actually might be unable to make it at the moment, but he had just talked about his own memories of, you know, getting to meet his family, getting to meet someone who, even though they kind of had started doing it around the same time, someone who he said was a huge influence on him, you know? I mean, I think I'm probably rambling a little too much. But I want to say not just, well, first off, thanks to Superhero for inspiring all of us, and thank all of you for inspiring me. This is something I guess I've been tangentially connected to, and will continue to be. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I definitely think redefining the RLSH and old Superhero go hand in hand. Definitely, he's one of the influences that inspired me to go maskless, or at the very least cut it down a lot from that full face ninjalante look. You know, I'm wearing a blue hoodie and an edgy leather jacket, and here's a ski mask, and now you look like I'm gonna break into somebody's house. So, you know, talking to him a couple of times and getting that add color advice and getting the whole like cut the mask down advice definitely was something that helped me redefine who Dusky even is, who I am. You know, so that's definitely felt, and we definitely feel Danger Man's love here from you. Thank you for that. Christopher and Olga, I see your name on here. I know you were just you were saying your respects. If you'd like to have the floor for a bit, go right on ahead.
Thank you very much. Excuse my British accent. It's quite late here in the UK. Sorry if I seem a little bit tired. It's what is it? It's nearly 2 a.m. It's just a simple message to everybody, if I may. I didn't know him, I never met him, but my online communications gave me a catalyst to go and do a Logan's Run shoot. in the Ukraine of all places. So if you can imagine, I travelled quite a long way, sort of on the Ukrainian-Polish border, and we went to this studio, and all these Ukrainian ladies had made these Logan Runs costumes, and I was thinking, I'm sure Dale would absolutely love this. It was just his element. There was all these costumes, Logan's Run. I was in my element, and the first thing I thought, I must report this back to Dale. I must report this back to Dale through the fan club, and it was one of the best days of my life, and I have Dale to thank for that. He was the catalyst for me to go and do it. You know, go and chase your dreams, if they're small, big, whatever. And it was just really, thank you for that. And I really do appreciate it. We actually sent him one of the Logan's Run's tunics from Ukraine, and I was absolutely amazed when he did a YouTube video on it and how he praised it. And I don't get choked up very often, and to be honest, that day I got choked up, and I thought, what an amazing man. I have nothing really more to add. It's just sadness, but also happiness. Happiness for the brief time in my life I actually communicated him on various occasions. And same with Olga now. We've gone through quite a difficult situation, obviously, with the virus, and we're apart now, but we are together, obviously, as a couple. And Olga also was very sad, and his beacon, not only shown in America, his beacon shown out in England, and of all places in the Ukraine. Can you imagine? And that is where I heard the sad news, and I'm wearing, in respect to Dale, I'm wearing my Ukrainian top in much respect and much love. I say, excuse my accent, and excuse my voice. It's been a very tough day, and it's quite late. And thank you guys for letting me speak, and God bless you all. And thanks and love from England and from the UK.
I'm pretty sure we all love your accent because we're all Doctor Who fans.
And thank you for speaking. Thank you for coming here. And I think a main takeaway from that is this is how much Dale touched everyone, not just in Florida, not just in the East Coast with me in New York, but across not only the U.S., but across borders. You know, I think that is his character, that he had so many people who care about him, and even people who are willing to show up during, you know, this is a virtual vigil in the middle of a quarantine where the world is falling apart outside. But the fact that this many people alone are able to make the time out to come and celebrate his life speaks about his character more than anything else.
Thank you, gentlemen, once more, and I'll leave you to it. I have to go now. All the best, with love, from the Ukraine, from Olga and from Christopher, very much, and he'll be sadly missed. And I appreciate for your time very much, gentlemen.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Zimmer and then Animal and Void. You guys have the
You're still on mute, or your audio is not working, Zimmer. You just can't hear you.
Zimmer, are you still here?
Yeah, she's there. But her audio is not working. Are you using those ear pods? Bluetooth doesn't always work.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, now we can.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Yeah, for those of you that don't know me, I'm one of the old guard from the Old Heroes Network. I'm so old I remember who Tothian is, who is probably just an urban legend to some of you that I don't recognize. But I'm 32 now. I was 18 when I started and got in this community, and superhero was always a mentor to me. Like a lot of you, I've been going through, or like I'm guessing everyone is doing this, going through my Facebook Messenger and like going back in time in conversations I had with Dale. And he has just always checked in on me. When I moved to New York to be in the New York Initiative, when I moved to Beijing, when I came back, he was one of the first people to reach out to me after I came out as transgender, and said he was behind me all the way. He was just always there, and it sounds like he was just like that for everyone. And it inspires me to do the same, to reach out to people that maybe I haven't talked to in a while, or like, oh, we fell off, like maybe it was for a reason, or like, oh, maybe they don't like me, I'm not going to check in. He clearly never thought like that. He always checked in. He always made sure people were okay, and I really respect that about him. And it's incredible he's gone. He was so creative, and so bright and eager to help people. And for those of you that haven't met him, he was exactly the same person as he was in like staged productions or online. He was exactly the same like character in person. I got to meet him for the Peter Tangen photo shoot, and he also crashed at the New York Initiative headquarters one weekend, which was very random. But yeah, he was exactly the same in person. He was this big personality, and that's rare. I think he has a lot of rare qualities. That ability to always see good in people, always give people second chances and third chances and fourth chances. Everything he's done with the toy drive, my goodness, like what more selfless way could you spend your Christmas than making sure kids who don't have presents can go get presents? So just all the way around, he likened himself to the comedian from Watchmen, and it always seemed like a strange one, just because he was so unpessimistic and so bright in how he thought about the way things were and about what the future could be. He was always excited about future possibilities. He had this, I don't know, this childlike quality of like just being excited for big possibilities. And I had a huge cry yesterday, like I'm sure many of you did, and I'm still a little bit numb and in shock about it. And I just want to say it is nice to see so many familiar faces and unfamiliar faces. There was another real life superhero that passed away a couple years ago by the name of Sir Steampunk. He wasn't huge in the community, so I imagine most of you don't know about him. But we were able to stay in touch afterwards, the people that came together for him. It's amazing how the bonds we formed over this stuff is so strong and so enduring over time. And I hope that can happen for Dale. I hope that all of us can maintain strong ties and build stronger ties, because we need them more than ever right now. I hate that that Dale was hurting and I didn't know. Like, he'd always been there for me. I went back over Messenger and saw he'd always been there for me. And I'm gonna be disappointed the rest of my life that I wasn't there for him when he most needed someone. That's really devastating. I don't blame myself, and none of us should blame ourselves. But I don't want to ever miss an opportunity like that again. And I will just say, if any of you reach out to just one person who maybe you haven't talked to in a while, just check in on them, especially people that suffer from depression or other mental illnesses. It means a lot to check in. I went back over how often Dale checked in with me, and I'm just very touched. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think a lot of Dale comes from the fact that he always wore his heart on his sleeve. You could always tell, even in Messenger, even in status, you could always like tell his tone. You could always tell his energy. Anytime he entered a room virtually, so to speak, he made his presence known, even on a Facebook status, from my experience, and comments and stuff. So yeah, there's definitely that. And he always was there check in, like you said. It was always just like a great trait of his that even if you didn't speak to him for a long time, or even if the last time you spoke didn't go very well, if you didn't see eye to eye, it never felt like he, almost felt like he wouldn't remember, or at the very least would always just put it in the past. He was very, very good for that. He would just message you out of the blue, even if the last conversation you had was like an argument. He would just message you and be like as if you never even had that conversation. It was always refreshing that you could have somebody like that. Animal and Void, you guys are up.
All right. So this is Animal, by the way. I started 10, 11, 12 years ago. And when I started, I had no idea other people were doing it. I just created this crappy mask and suit out of sweats and sweatpants, and I went out, and I knew I couldn't be the only one to think of this, so I looked it up, and that's when I found the Peter Tangen stuff, and immediately I was drawn to DC's Guardian, admittedly, but when it came to superhero, one of the first words that I ever heard from superhero, and it's something that I've carried with me, and I even quoted him saying this the night before I heard the news: "Do with less so others can have more." And I don't know if he stole that from someone or if that is just a superhero quote, but to this day, I always think, where can I do with less so I can give more? And superhero is definitely the reason for that. Void mentioned to me that I also have to tell this story. When the documentary came out, and and superhero was talking about his supermobile and all that. I like to do impressions. I like to do voices and stuff. So I would always do that impression of people see the car and they're like, "Damn, now that's a superhero." And the Michigan Protectors, when we were around, we used to always laugh at that when I did that, and I loved superhero. I kick out of it too. I loved superhero as much as I think we can love each other in this circumstance. So he will be sorely missed, and I guess one last thing I could say before handing it over to Void. One of the last conversations I had with Superhero, it was hilarious because he was talking about people who retire and all that. And I said, I know I'm still young, but I honestly feel like I'm never going to retire. I feel like hero work is going to kill me, and that's what I want. And Superhero writes back, he goes, "Young? Weren't you doing this like 10 years ago?" I was like, "Yeah, but I'm 28. I did this out of high school." He was like, "Oh, I thought you were closer to my age." So
That was a fun conversation. I got called old by superhero. It's great. But I'm going to hand it off to Void now. Thanks for letting me talk.
So I met superhero back on the old the .net when I was underneath my first initial name, which was Flysect, and I started back Animal when he came to me, and the way he introduced it to me is he walked out in a sweatsuit that had some Sharpie on it, and he's like, "I need help with a mask." And I took some thread and I did it, and then we both found the community. He found the community and he showed it to me the next day, and man, it was just the so crazy thing that we're not just crazy. There's a whole bunch of us out there that's crazy. it was beautiful, and superhero. He really embodied the best of us. He represented what was the best about the community. And I feel like the reason why all of us are hurting as much as we are is because if the community had a father, if it had a father figure, it would have been superhero. We all feel like we lost dad. We feel like we've lost family. And when you've been as long as me and Animal have, these individuals who are part of this community, I haven't been very public and I haven't really been openly involved, but I was with Animal when we founded the Michigan Protectors and all those other things. And it's a hard time. And I know that we all struggle because on this event that we did, the first East Lansing meetup, there was a guy that we met who was a goth who found us underneath a bridge, and Reverb was there with us. And he says, there has to be something wrong with you because you are doing this in costumes, that there has to be something unbalanced. But that is the beautiful line between madness and magic, where we get to do something that is so beautiful and change lives. And that's what superhero really understood, whether it be his love of cinema, his romance with Godzilla, his just over the top everything. He wasn't just strong physically, he had a strong heart. And just as everyone said, there is a whole bunch of here that's just willing to help reach out to each other and pick each other up. And just like Elvis, you went home, right? He lives with us because he had such a legacy that's what it means to be immortal. There's a quote from a very specific mythical entity that says, cattle die, dogs die, even men, they die, but our legacy and our deeds are eternal. And that is that is the truth of superhero. He will never die in the memory of the cosmos because he did such an amazing thing. And just let's carry on the memory. And no one else is allowed to do this. We got one. That's it. Everyone else is done. You got to persevere, okay? Otherwise, Animal will find you. Yeah. All right. Well, that's what we got.
Thank you for that.
Listen here.
I think one of the major things with that, it's funny because, Robert, if you can keep yourself on mute to keep any echo from coming down, and then in the comments, just throw your name and I'll call on you. We're going down the list here. A bunch of new people joined in, and I know we're entering another new. Oh wow, it's already been an hour and a half. Wow, we're entering the next. This is pretty much continuous. For anybody new who keep yourselves muted and put your name in the comments if you would like to say something. We're just kind of going down the list. Just to what you guys were saying about Dale being like a father figure, I was actually comparing him to like the grandfather of RLSH, for me at least, because I would say I started in 2010, so I'm part of the middle decade of RLSH. So Dale was always like a grandfather of RLSH. He was always like the one that I could always be like, this is the guy who's the first, or one of the first, one of the originals. And there's not too many you can count who were those people before the document, before any of that. It's really thin and hard line to find. And, I see a lot of those faces here. But even so, in a community of upwards of 100 plus people, the 30 and the 39 of us here, you can probably make a very good even split of how many people were from before 10 years ago and were from within the last 10 years. And I think the fact that his impact transitions through multiple generations of RLSH, through, for over the course of years. From before this documentary to the documentary inspiring people to anything after the documentary to even Portrait of a Superhero as early as 2 years ago, which I think if I can get it, at the end we're going to watch that. So if he hasn't seen it or is in the mood to watch it, once everybody has said their piece, we're going to go through that. So Impact gave me his number to call. He wanted to add something, but he's having some issues, so I'm just going to call him in.
He's back.
Oh, he is back? Oh, Impact, then. You have the floor. I'm not calling you.
Yeah, don't call me, bro.
Hey, can you call me? I'm having some trouble getting in. Me calls. Hey, I'm here. Why are you calling?
Hang up, bro. Hang up.
So no, I thought of something that I really wanted to add, and it wasn't even really. It's funny because it's not even really a story about superhero. It's more a story of me trying to find superhero. When I first moved to Florida, there was about a block from my apartment, 2 blocks from my apartment, there was a car show with Corvettes, and I knew superhero was being Corvettes, and it was like 20 minutes from where he lived. So I spent an hour and a half going through this car show trying to find him, hoping that he had a Corvette there. But the real reason I really wanted to do this was because I've heard a few people mention something like this, and I've thought this 150,000 times since yesterday. And I want to remind everyone is no matter what level of talking any of us had done, none of us could have stopped this. It was something that Dale decided to do. And it's nice to think that we all could have stopped it and helped them, but it was something that I don't think any one of us could have. And I don't want any. And it's really easy to blame ourselves because I think about stuff that I could have done better, and I know a lot of you do too. And none of us could have done anything. If anyone knows Dale, he was a stubborn-ass person. He was never going to listen to anyone anyways. He was going to do what he wanted. And we weren't going to do anything. So I just want to make sure that no one blames himself, because it's very easy to in times like this. Because I know I want to. This was a choice he made that none of us could have stopped. And I guess the last thing is, and I don't know if he's going to jump in or not right now, but Good Samaritan and I were talking because we're very close.
Yep, I'm here.
Yep, we're geographically very close to Dale. He joined our team. He was an honorary member of our team. And so if anyone comes down for the funeral, whenever details come out, we're both offering places to stay. I'm sure more members of our team will. We haven't actually discussed it with them yet, but if anyone decides to want to come down, reach out to one of us.
Yeah. We both.
My Facebook's broke, so reach out to Andrew and he'll send you to me if we need to. And I'm sure more members of the team will join in eventually, but if you want to come down, please let us know. Because
same here. We got an extra room, so anybody needs space.
We want to have people there, and maybe we'll do a handout or a patrol or something in his honor, something cathartic for us, but to honor him. So,
and to piggyback on that, we've got. I know here at my house, we've got a couple of couches, a guest bedroom with a bed, and if it comes down to it, we'll try to figure out something with some air mattress or something.
It's okay. I'm compact. You can roll me up and shove me in the bottom of a closet somewhere. I'll make do.
I got a couch and air mattress, and I can stay at my girlfriend's place and let you guys stay at my house without me.
Yeah, I'll pay for someone's Motel 6 if you want to come down. I will put you up in Motel 6. Tom Bodette. He will
try and get people somewhere. All right, that's what we're saying. We'll help you guys if you want to come
We're
down.
gonna we'll make sure to socially distant and be socially distant, wear masks, things like that. We'll be careful and cautious as best as possible. We'll sanitize, we'll do everything like that. But anybody where do I contact you at? Lumen is asking.
I'm gonna throw my email into the chat. That's gonna be the easiest way probably because I check that pretty regularly.
If you're on Facebook, you can also find me, Andrew Ficara, Ficara. And if you can't find me that way, a lot of people here are friends with me on Facebook. So just, stalk me, find me.
I'm on the Heroes Discord, Impact82 at Gmail. We'll take care of you. We'll get.
Oh, I stalk you. Oh, great.
Yeah. Frosty definitely stalks me.
All right, I'll crash. All right, so the deal is I'm going to crash on Impact's couch, and I'm not going to leave.
Done. You're in.
Just moving on in. It's fine. Cost of living is probably cheaper than in
your head.
Just know that he has one cat. I have a cat and a good Samara dog.
I have a cat. I have a cat.
I got 2 dogs. You might want to stay at my place. I got a great living room.
Hypoallergenic cat. If you have a problem with that. He will.
I don't have any problems with that. All right.
Allergenic.
Thank you guys for that. I think it definitely. If anybody is willing to take them up on their offer, you guys are more than welcome to shoot them a message or email them. Find them on Facebook.
Please. My email is in the chat. If you didn't hear it before, Impact82.
I wish I could pin
answer.
it. This isn't like a Discord where I could just pin things. All right, we're gonna go on to the next one then. Thank you again for that offer and for everything. And just to kind of with what you were saying before, how at the end of the day, Dale is the kind of guy that when he sets his mind to something, he's gonna do it. And at the end of the day, us as a group, us as a community. The best way, if anybody is feeling like you want to blame yourself or that you feel like you should blame yourself, please feel free to reach out to any of us, to me especially. I'll be more than happy to just talk. That'd be great. Just
do not blame yourself.
Yeah, don't blame yourself. At the end of the day, the best thing you can do instead of, if you are feeling that low, if you are feeling like you can blame yourself, the best thing you could do is think about the best way to honor Dale's memory. Even if it's, I'm going to sit down and watch an old Godzilla movie today, or Logan's Run, or I'm going to go out and do a handout. It doesn't always have to be an extreme. It doesn't always have to be one extreme or the other. Even if you're just doing something that reminds you of him, I am so sure he will be more than happy and he would appreciate you just doing that. We're going to move on to Dark Defender.
Hello. Can everyone hear me good?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because the microphone can get kind of crappy on these damn headphones. But, yeah, so, I've shared my story in the past about me being an RLSH, on the unofficial level, it's been since 2000, well, 2009, but officially since 2012, because I just basically did a long research, just trying to find out more in detail. But what really stuck out to me at the very beginning was the real life superhero documentary. Like most of the RLSHs of a slightly newer generation have found out about. And so, um, well, that and one other source, but I won't mention that because that's not really important. But um, I began reaching out to other RLSHs, and it was through social media, and I was, like I said, I was reaching out, and but when I saw the documentary, and then I saw old superhero on there, I could just tell something in his voice is just like it's really amazing. I mean, he just had there's like this strong motivational voice, and it was also very inspiring to me. And honestly, I really wish I could have met him in person. I mean, he even extended an invitation to me to hopefully one day to come out to Clearwater, Florida to meet him. And I was very happy about that. Um, and when I heard about the news about what had happened, I was devastated. I was just very, very devastated. And I just, I, I don't know, I was just hurt. And because I know I know he's inspired a lot of people. Um, I know he's inspired me, and just about everywhere I go, you know, I would probably get every chance to talk about RLSH. And there's, as a matter of fact, there's also one other RLSH in this group right now that knows what I'm talking about because I will not stop talking about it. I will continuously open my mouth about it. But the reason I say that is because it's been an inspiration to me. And, just also having the chance to meet RLSHs, whether it's through social media or in person. I met with Lightning back in, I think it was last year, and then this year, I've had the privilege to meet up with Impact and Discordia. And, that's, I've just had a grand time, and, you know, I want to meet other RLSHs, and I want to share this experience with also others as well. And even though I never did get a chance to meet old superhero in person, just meeting him online means it means a lot, even there. And I just wish it could have been. I just I'm trying to find the right words to describe it. I just know it in my head. It's hard for me to get it out in words, but just overall, it's he would often text me like how I'm doing and stuff like that, and I would tell him how I'm doing, and then sometimes we could be getting to different discussional topics, and of course one of them was definitely Logan's Run. And so and then he he kind of shared his experience as far as being a real life superhero like for as long as he did it. And as a matter of fact, it was him that even shared with me a piece, the link to the old I forget. I think it's like the superhero book. I can't think of the name of it right offhand, but it's an old one. But I didn't even know about it until he told me. And so it's been it's been a privilege and it's been a privilege and honor to just know him. And watching the videos that he used to share, and just overall, he is a awesome guy. I have tried to imitate one of his I think it's just sayings. It's superhero, and you know what to do. That's one of the most. I have to say, it's probably one of my favorite um, phrases that he uses because it's just. I mean, just listening to the voice, it's like this is the guy who really loves everyone and does his best in every way possible. And you know, he just periodically. I mean, just overall, he's been an inspiration to everyone. Everyone I can think of, even those that I don't know. So that's all I can say right now. So thank you for giving me a chance to speak on that.
Thank you for speaking. Yeah, I agree 100%. Like anytime he would post, any of his videos, anything showcasing what he was doing, it was always like a treat. I think that's something we could all agree on. Just that type of personality, larger than life, always happy, always loving to love. He just carried that with him. I believe next is Discordia. Discordia, you are up next, and then Cremator. Yes. Thank you for that. I definitely, I felt that you know, all the way through your words and everything with like, especially with the calling it RLSH thing and the name, the titles and all that. And at the end of the day, and I get what you mean about like the thinking, like maybe the title itself is like could be silly and not thinking that anymore. It's for me, it was a matter of, it's a matter of just he is the soul of RLSH. Like I've always compared him to Superman, to our Superman, to the real life superhero equivalent of if a Superman could exist, it would have been him because of his heart, because of his soul, because of how he carried himself and how he interacted with others. And I think that's a very at the end of the day, being Superman isn't about having all the powers in the world. Being Superman is about who you are underneath it all. And I think Dale carried that the best. And I think that definitely puts a lot more into the community as a whole, into the real life superhero community as a whole, and the unity that comes out of it. Even with something like this, we're all here celebrating him, to talk about him, celebrate his life. And this is, for lack of a better term, the most united the real life superhero community has been in a very long time that I've seen. I haven't seen faces on here that I'm seeing faces I haven't seen in years. I'm seeing faces, you know, to celebrate the real life superhero. Cremator, you're up next if you would like to speak, and then after is Spiderhawk. Cremator, if you're still here, just make sure you're not muted. Or if not,
Creator left.
Oh, he did. Okay, I can't
Yeah,
see
he
who
left.
left and who came in. I can only
Yeah,
see
no,
the
he-
number of
he
people
left.
in here. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go on Spiderhawk then.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everybody. This is a sad day. I never expected this to happen ever, and it really struck me. Especially Discordia's words that really kind of grinded my heart a little bit. It's just sad. I know a lot of people looked up to him. He was a great person in life. He accomplished a lot of great things within the community.
I'm on the.
And I just can't believe it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. You know, I think it's just, I don't think anybody expected this. I think we're all still in the I can't believe it processing. And I know I woke up today expecting to like yesterday to have been like all not have happened, you know, like I expected to wake up and be like, oh, it's still Sunday and everything is kind of the way it was. And it just, and I think for the moment, I know for me personally, the moment I got the news, it was like I froze. Everything just kind of stopped in place for a moment, and it wasn't. And when I saw the original post, like the one that everybody screenshotted and was sharing, and seeing that kind of like was like this frozen moment of like, is this real? Is what's happening true? Is this what? And just kind of like processing those feelings and those emotions and everything, and then coming out of that and seeing everyone else is processing it and emoting and posting about it and stuff, and just I think all of us felt that same thing, that same frozen stuck feeling when we all saw the news for the first time. Let me just see who is next. I kind of lost my place here, so I'm just kind of scrolling through. Did anyone else put their name? Suzanne, I believe you put your name on here. I don't know if you were next. If you wanted to say anything, you're more than welcome to.
Sorry, me. I just got here.
Hi, can you hear me?
No.
If someone else was in front of me.
Hi, I'm Suzanne.
Yes.
Were you speaking to me?
Yes.
Sorry, I have
my two grandchildren in the background.
Totally fine.
So it's so noisy. I apologize. I'm the person that found Dale. So I did not know him, but this has changed me so much. I going through a lot psychologically with that, and my heart just broke, and I prayed. You know, I'm a Christian, and I prayed over him there. My heart broke so much for him, and I stayed with him till emergency arrived. You know, I haven't been, saying anything. I've been just really, really, getting to know him with, pulling things up and reading about him. And he was a superhero, now the costume, that's why now I understand it. I did, I didn't, and now I understand how loved he is. And I'm just so, I want to say I'm so sorry to everybody who knew him. And I wish that I got there just a little bit sooner. I've suffered with depression my entire life. I could have talked to him. I could have helped him. I'm a Christian. I could have helped him in so many ways. And I just wish I was just minutes, literally minutes too late. And I'm really hurting about that. And I really I'm just so sorry to everybody. And I'm just so sorry you're all going through that. He seemed like such a beautiful person. I'm just real sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for
Suzanne.
that.
Yes.
Suzanne, I just want to say thank you. I am so sorry that you had to go through that, because I cannot imagine how hard that is to see that. And thank you for everything you've said, and thank you for doing what you did and being here, because it's gotta be. None of us had to see it, and you did, and that has got to be heart-wrenching. So thank you for what you've done for all of us.
Yes, thank you.
By contacting the authorities and by being there, and again, you couldn't have. It was a choice he made, and you couldn't have stopped it. But thank you for being there, anyways, because someone needed to be, and that was you. And so thank you for that.
Yeah, I think there was a reason. I think that maybe I'm supposed to speak up a little bit more about this, since I'm somebody who suffered with it my whole life, and I always keep it a secret. Now here I am announcing it, but I think that's what I'm to do now, because I said, why me? The way the whole day, and how I stopped there, and I mean I don't want to tell the details publicly of everything, how it happened. But I just wish I could have did something, and I know him, and I would have become really great friends. I'm just so sorry for all of you.
Thank you. And I think you being here and being brave enough to talk about it, and to just to talk about your own struggles too. Awareness is always the first step in finding a solution long term when it comes to things like depression and suicidal tendencies and stuff like that. Awareness is always the first step. So just talking about it, talking about our own pasts, our own feelings, our own times of our own low points is already one step in preventing someone else from doing it. Even if it's one of the 40 people in this chat right now, even if it's somebody that we just know or are close to, talking about it, bringing that awareness that no one is alone, that's always a good start, if any.
Yeah, it's so stigmatized. It's so people, they don't understand it at all. So people like myself keep it a secret. I too was in the acting business for a little bit. I am always one that I take care of everybody. I'm the one that's always trying to make everybody smile and being a goofball. And with my clients, they think I'm the happiest person in the world. So we hide it, you know, because, you know, we're afraid that it's looked at as a weakness. And, you know, there's so many. And then, you know, he was in a dark place, and he just, you know, I feel for him, because I know that kind of darkness. And it just, I have to use this. That's maybe why I found him, that maybe I have to speak out and speak to people. You know, I said a few things on Facebook one time. I said something to the effect of, you know, there's no need to post that number. Anybody can Google that number. If you know somebody who has problems with depression, with, you know, any type of mental illness, reach out to them. That's what they need. They can Google the number. Please stop with the number. You know, reach out. They need your arms around them, is what they need. And they need to know that you don't think that they're weak people or defects, or, you know what I mean? Reach out and tell them that that, you know, that you love them. You know, those few words, you know, could change. You never know what kind of day a depressed person is having. You know, I see that, you know, now that I know his name. I didn't know his name until yesterday. Now that I know his name, and I looked into, I saw that, you know, he was trying so hard to take care of himself. I saw that earlier he had posted that he went to the gym. I mean, that's, we try so hard, people that have, you know, problems with depression. We try so hard to keep it under control. It's a really heavy weight to carry through life. Just, you know, hang on to each other, and, you know, whoever you know that just reach out to them. Reach out. Use this as, yeah, because we all know somebody. You know, I know somebody, even though I'm the somebody. You know, so, you know, that and what a beautiful soul. I'm so sorry he's gone. What a beautiful soul, from what I'm seeing. It just, I'm so sorry for rambling. I just I haven't slept in a couple of nights because I'm a bit traumatized. It was the way it happened and everything. I'm a bit traumatized, so forgive me for rambling and not making much sense, but I just want to say that I'm sorry to everybody, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And you know what? No, it's totally understandable, and thank you. That's all I can say. Is thank you.
Thank you as well. Thank you.
All right. Next up on the list is Max Mercury. Are you still here? Don't forget to unmute if you are trying to speak, and just double check and make sure.
I believe he left.
Also saw somebody asked if this was being recorded. I believe it is. I believe Discordia is currently has a screen share, or is recording this. I will double check, but last her and I were speaking, she was. So if she could comment below if that's still going on. Spectral Hawk, I believe you're next if Max Mercury isn't here.
Hey, real quick, Dusk.
Yeah.
There's a handful of folks here who still have their mics on, and if you could quickly just mute, make sure that you're muted so that there's not a lot of feedback and we can hear everyone clearly when they're speaking.
Thank you for that. I actually just went through the list on my end. You know what I see on my screen? It's kind of, I see 9 boxes and then the chat, and it's all kind of condensed and small. So I have to click a couple extra buttons to see who's muted and who's not. But I think that's all good now. Okay, yeah, if Max Mercury, if you're here, you can unmute yourself and speak. If not, then Spectral Hawk would be next. So.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so superhero, like for many of you, is a big inspiration to me. For me, it was more on a fitness level. Anyone who knows me, I'm a personal trainer, so I like a lot of the fitness stuff, and I talk to Dale all the time about different techniques on how to get bigger because I was obsessed with that for a long time. And talking to Dale really helped me out with that. And I remember he was the person that got me into powerlifting. And like just hearing about his deadlift is just boggles my mind. But just the tenacity he had towards anything he pursued in life was just very awe-inspiring to me, and that really helped me in a lot of ways because for me, fitness has always been my outlet to kind of work for my depression or what I'm struggling with. So him giving me that goal, working towards powerlifting or working towards that next PR or working towards the next weight class, whatever, it was always great getting that inspiration from him and talking to him about those things. And it kind of let me realign myself in a lot of ways. And for that, I'll always think of Dale whenever I'm working out or whenever I'm, for a long time, I couldn't afford a good protein pattern. He recommended that I start drinking egg whites. So every night I drink some egg whites, and by God, it tastes awful, but it's always going to remind me of Dale, and that's important for me. I'll always appreciate the things that he did to allow me to realize my goals. And watching what he accomplished was just, like I said, awe-inspiring. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Can't hear you, Dusk.
I realized I was still muted. I'm the fool. What I was trying to say is, I think awe-inspiring is the best phrase to describe him. Awe-inspiring is definitely what I would use, even just from a phone call, or just watching his posts or his workout videos, or even just talking about working out too is always fun. So yeah, I definitely get that. Night Raider, you are up next. If you are still here.
Yeah. Yep, I'm still here. If you can see me.
Yes.
You can see me, yeah?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Okay. Okay, well, excuse my appearance. So I'm just gonna talk about like what I saw in Dale and how I discovered them and how I see them nowadays. I discovered Dale on one of the documentaries about real life superheroes, and he was an interesting character to look at the start. Um, uh, I never understood why he chose the name superhero until a few weeks later when I found out that he was a wrestler. Um, but then after watching that documentary, I wanted to do this myself. Something like just like him. So I actually started like asking around. I came across him, and he actually spoke to me. And I asked him like, how would I go about doing uh, all these things that people do, and how would I dress in such a way? And he's always been himself, and he told me to be myself. So I went with the outfit that's me really. It shows my personality. I realized that Superhero was very forward going. He never backed down from anything. He always helped people in the best of his ability. He always got things done. Like he just wouldn't stop when he had his mind set to something, which was something that I admired very much. He had some good laughs as well, like Discordia said before. We had a little fun by making memes about different RLSH, and Dale really enjoyed those little memes about him. And he wanted us to make more of them to send to him so he can laugh along with us. And he was always smiling and joking around with us. And every one of these photos, he's always been smiling. Every time I saw him on social media, he always had a smile on his face, and he looked like he was just a bundle of joy, really. And yeah, I started seeing him as a father figure, which is why his death had a very big impact on me. Even though I didn't know him personally, I still saw him as a close friend. Even though I'm like thousands of miles away, he was still a close friend of mine. And the thing is that I know that I can still see Dale. All you have to do is go outside at night and look up at the sky, and you'll see Dale's star shining. Whenever you're feeling alone or you need Dale with you, just go outside at night and look up at the sky. You'll see him shining. And he'll always be looking down on us and being proud of us, helping us make the right decisions. He'll always be there to talk to, but he's never truly gone. That's all I wanted to say for now.
Thank you for that. I agree with you on that. On the, you look up and he's there. I think it's like I was saying before. I think he's become a part of the title. He is the superhero, and I think that's a major thing to really look at, is that now we are all carrying the same title that he carried, and that his name is in. And I think that also kind of goes with like what you were saying. Misfit and White Scorpion are next, and then Rock and Roll. So Misfit and White Scorpion, if you two are still here, we'd love to hear from you. Man, I need to put one of you guys in charge of just reminding me who's who's here still and who's not. Is Misfit still on?
I can do a roll sheet, I guess.
I have the people's list. It's just between everybody's real names and non-real names, it's a little confusing. But
I don't see her on there.
Yeah, I think Misfit may have left. I will. Okay. If she comes back, we'll just give her the floor. But Rock and Roll, you're up next. I know you texted me, so I know you should still be here. If not, we can also get you later. Who is still here?
Can you guys hear us?
Yes.
Okay, good. I think Bug wanted to say something first.
Fantastic.
I wasn't dying to say anything. I just didn't want to go after her because she's always a hard act to follow.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was thinking while I was just listening to everybody talking, and I think almost everyone to a person so far has mentioned Dale's voice. I think he was a bit like Saruman from Lord of the Rings. That was his power. His power was his voice. Oh, thank you. There's my lips again. Hi. What's up, lips? That voice, man. I mean, talk about larger than life. I still remember we got there a little late to see it in action, I think, but our first Hope event was 2011, and that's when we got to meet Superhero. And there's some of you seen it. I think it's from behind the scenes footage from the Superheroes movie. They added in stuff from that Hope event, and there's a scene where they're distributing packs and sleeping bags and things out from the back of the truck, and everyone was just swarming the thing, and you know, you can't deal with everyone at once. You have to deal with people one at a time, and he's just like, everybody move, and just everyone parted kind of like the Red Sea, and then they formed the line and kind of got it together after that. But he was that voice, man. Yeah, that was the only time we actually got to meet Soups in person. But I know it definitely stuck with me. I'm sure it stuck with Rock too. He was a semi-regular guest on the radio show too, and we always look forward to hearing him. I think my favorite time was just as recently as this year. We knew we had him waiting in the wings by the, we recognize everyone's phone number. If you ever called in Heroes 101, we got you on tap. We can call you up and bug you too. But he was waiting in the wings, and it was finally time for him to come on. And I unmuted him before we announced him. I said, let's see if our next caller knows what to do. And then we put him on, and he just started laughing. I thought that was great to hear him. That was great to be able to crack him up like that. Impact wanted me to remind me that we're having a special show just in honor of Superhero tomorrow night. Heroes 101. I hate doing promos; it doesn't feel right, but because it's him, I'll mention it anyway.
I was going to put that at the end also for you guys, because I'm going to be calling in too. So.
Oh, awesome! Okay.
Bet your ass I'll be there.
Excellent. So that's tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Pacific time, as usual, 10 p.m. for you guys on the Eastern Coast. I think we made a 2-hour show. Is that right? 2 hours. So hopefully the calls in will get to say their piece. I don't know if I had another good story or not. Other than I'm still proud to have what I think is the only handmade, custom, from scratch figure done of a real life superhero from him of me and my Nightbug gimmick. That was pretty cool. He's missing a hand. I'm sad about that. Part of me wants to replace it, but part of me wants to leave it because it wouldn't have been something that he made. So anyway, yeah, he was definitely a prototype. He was definitely a staple. I'm sad that he's no longer with us, but but he will be. Rock, do you want to kick in? Let me hold for you.
Yeah. Hey guys. Dusk, thank you for doing this, because I know it's not easy. I know you, and you're pretty emotional too, so I don't know how you're not crying through this whole thing. So thank you. Suzanne, I think all of us have thought about what it'd be like to find him. And the fact that you had to do that, I'm really sorry that you did. And I know how you must feel meeting someone that way and then finding out what an amazing, amazing person they were in real life. And I think that happened for a reason. I think that you're supposed to know us, and I think we're all supposed to know you too. So I think, welcome to the group. So thank you for doing what you did. I'm probably going to talk quick only because I want to make sure that everybody else gets their chance too. So I'm sorry if I talk too fast, but if I take too long, I'm just going to end up crying, and I have no tissue, and then snot will run down my nose. And I'm sorry. I try to make people laugh when stuff happens. A real short story. When we met Superhero, it was 2011. It was that they were screening, and I had just been to RLSH for 2 weeks now. I was scared to death to meet him. I was scared to death to meet Misfit. All these people were larger than life. They were amazing, and I was so afraid that this dorky girl who didn't even have like a stupid little mask would be, they'd look at you like, what are you doing? Or,
2 weeks. I was trying to convince her not to go. I'm like, we're not ready to meet all these people. We can't do it.
And I went, but it's in 2 weeks. It's Hope. And it was the first big project Hope. And when we got there, we got there a little late for the handout, but we got the tail end of it, and there was this guy yelling, and I went, oh, I know that guy. I saw his picture, and he's larger than life. You guys know who have met him. He's just, and I thought, is he acting? Is he an actor? He was an actor, but you know what? He wasn't acting when it came to Soups. That was him. That was him, just 24/7. And I know, because whenever we talk on the phone or the radio show, or he'd PM me, I'm looking at his PMs now, I really shouldn't be. It's in his voice, and that's who he was. And I think right now he'd be happy as hell to know that we're all coming together this way. Dusk, you're right. This is probably the biggest gathering, of RLSH in a very long time, and he'd probably be laughing. But short story. So we went to the handout, and afterwards, Peter Tangen was doing this big photo shoot, and we all sat there and waited literally 3 hours in this room with a hallway, and that's where we met Misfit and White Scorpion and Urban and Vigilante Spider. And I can tell you who was there, because there were only, like 20 of us. Of course, Mr. Extreme, Eon, the original Violet Valkyrie, Geist was there, and the Handler, and Sage. DC's Guardian was there. Moon Knight was there. Yeah, how's that for old school? But so we sat there for 3 hours, and all we could do was get to know each other. And yeah, we were. Everybody was nervous, and no one wanted to take off their masks. But Soups already had his mask off, and I had like peanut M&Ms. I knew we'd be hungry. I just knew that day. So I started handing out trail mix and peanut M&Ms, and Soups was all happy because he was able to eat it. I don't have a mask on, which made so Urban and Vigilante were like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess we could take our masks. So they took off.
We were all still trying to hide our faces.
Everybody was sitting there for 3 hours trying to hide their faces, starving, and Soups was like, hey, take off your mask, eat. So everybody took off their masks, and we were all sharing trail mix. And when they invited us to the Comic-Con, the theater in the Comic-Con Convention Center to watch the screening, because Superheroes, the movie, had just come out, we sat directly behind, because a bunch of us got together in 2 or 3 rows, just all the RLSH, and we sat directly behind Soups, handing him like peanut M&Ms, and he was laughing so hard. You guys know his laugh. Every single time, either he was laughing at himself on the screen so loud that people are turning around looking, and they're going, "Who is this guy? Oh my God, it's that guy!" And he's laughing at himself. And it was just wonderful, because afterwards they called him up to say something. And in his booming voice, I can't even remember what he said, except I know that what he said moved people so much. As we're leaving the theater, everyone who saw this group of masked weirdos, even in Comic-Con, we were masked weirdos, leaving, everybody we passed by had to say, thank you guys. Thank you so much for what you do, because Soups had really touched him with what he said.
I'm like, what are you thanking me for? I'm just sitting here in a
right.
outfit. We haven't done anything.
We
yet.
haven't done anything
meet
yet.
These people.
So I'm going to wrap it up, but I wanted to say, you guys who are blaming yourselves, there's one thing that people who are suicidal do not do. When you say, please reach out if you need someone, no one's going to reach out. They don't reach out. It's a fact. People need to reach into them, and they need to do it consistently. And I know that if you feel like you could have done something for Soups, at that point you may or may not, but you can't beat yourself up. Regret is a useless emotion. Just use it to do something active. And with that, I have to say, please listen in to Heroes 101 radio tomorrow night, because we're inviting you again if you want to share stuff. But we want to introduce something called the Superhero, named after him, Buddy System. And we'll tell you more about it tomorrow night, but we're hoping it's a way of having a buddy that checks in with you on a regular basis. I'm not saying they could change your mind completely, but who knows? If you know you have that buddy checking in, it might be just what you needed. So please do that. And I just want to say, every time you guys see a Corvette driving down the street,
Oh man, all the time.
just to Soups.
I
Okay.
used to send him pictures of just random Corvettes, and I'm like, hey, how about this one? You're like, oh yeah, that's a da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, yeah, of course. You're like me and the Firebirds.
But thanks. It's wonderful to see all you guys on here. I'm sorry for the circumstances, but it's Discordio is right. The RLSH title, if you ever thought it didn't mean anything, it absolutely does. Because if it weren't for Superhero, I mean, we wouldn't be all together celebrating someone named Superhero. So anyway, be safe. Love you guys.
Thank you for that, and we will definitely. I will be on, if not listening to your radio show, and I know every time he was on your show, I always enjoyed listening. And even if I wasn't always like active, I always listened. So, listening to his episodes with you guys is always fun, and everything is about him. I even have my figure here, which I know he was very happy to see that I managed to adhere it properly to a stand where it won't constantly fall off, which is great. So yeah. I'm glad to see that everybody who has their figures has theirs ready and out. I went through the list, so I got the next 5 names. I wanted to make sure they're correct. So it looks like it's Night Warrior, then Lord Chain, then Cheshire, then Robert Frost, then Purple Lotus. If y'all on here, be prepared, and we're going to go into it. So Night Warrior, if you're still here, you can unmute yourself and you can have the floor.
I think Night Warrior had to leave, actually. He checked out.
If you leave, not a problem. So I'll move him with Misfit then. Lord Chain. Wait, what's up?
I just wanted to.
But Tony, you're cutting in and out.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was saying I don't want to. Don't mean to jump ahead of everybody, but I can't stay on all night, and I just wanted to say a few words before I go. Sorry, it might take me a minute.
Totally understandable.
So I know a lot of you, or some of you, and some of you I don't. I've been friends with Dale for about 20 years now, and I'm the one who I made the Portrait of a Superhero documentary that many of you or most of you may have seen, and Dale and I have worked on a bunch of other projects together. He comes up with crazy ideas, and then I go make them or try and make them. And we had recently started our Tony and Paul sort of movie review thing that we've been doing. And I know a lot of you have seen as well. So I see him quite frequently, at least once a week, it seems. And I just saw him Wednesday. Just a few days before everything, and he always has had his amazingly positive outward appearance, but a lot of people don't know the things that he was really battling with on the inside that he has for a really long time. He had struggled with depression and thoughts of suicide for a long time, and you would never think it or know it or anything about him. And my brother, who lives here in Clearwater in the area and has known Dale for as long as I have, had no idea. It's just really the people that were closest to him maybe knew about it a little bit. That's what I wanted to say, that I don't think there's anything anyone could have done. He texted myself and his childhood friend Brian, the day that it happened. And it was sort of cryptic text message that immediately, I called him back and texted him and, tried to get hold of him and say, don't do anything dumb. We've got a lot more stuff to do. And his wife and his sister-in-law were driving around town looking for him, not sure where he might be. Suzanne, the park where you found Dale is where he would go to work out every day when the gyms were closed during the lockdown and everything. And it's a park that I go on long bike rides, and I go through at least once a week there at Safety Harbor. And it's it's not anything that anyone could have done. You know, kind of what I want everyone to know. No matter how much we think we could have, and how much we talked to him, and how much I talked to him, and his wife talked to him, and his friends talked to him, you know, sometimes it's just something people get in their heads, and you have no idea of how to be in there with them and how to help them out. He was always the biggest personality in any room I was ever in. We would travel to film festivals around the country, and he would just be in his super suit, just walking around like he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. And I was so used to it. It's just what it was. I didn't even notice people looking at us as this odd couple walk kind of down the street. And we were at the Key West Film Festival with Portrait of a Superhero, November of 2018, I think. And we were sitting there in the audience during the award ceremony, and you all know how intense Dale could get. He just had this intensity in him, and he's sitting there as they were announcing the awards with that intense look on his face. And we're in the back of the room, and when they announced, you know, Portrait of a Superhero winner for Best Florida Film, he just goes, yeah! And leaps from his seat, and the entire audience full of people were just like, who is this guy? And he runs down the aisle and practically leaps onto the stage, and you know, that entire auditorium full of people, and he just was holding the this statue that they gave us that was for best film, with just the biggest smile on his face, and that was his, you know, his personality all the time. I don't know what I really wanted to say to everyone. I feel like I'm rambling just here, but he really appreciated all of you. And I appreciate all of you and your support for him and who he was. I'm working on a few things here to try and honor his memory. I'll see what I can do, but one of the things I'm going to try and get done is to have a mural of Superhero painted on the side of one of the buildings here in Clearwater or St. Petersburg, and when it gets done, you know, I want it to be something that'll not just his image on the side of a building, but have a message of hopefulness, being good to people, and a message of, you know, about suicide prevention. So I'll let everyone know as those things work out. And I spoke to his wife yesterday. She's not sure what she's going to do as far as a funeral or memorial goes. She doesn't think she could handle 100 strangers coming up to her and saying, "I'm sorry for your loss." So she'll probably just something small with her and the family, and then I'll be the one planning something for everyone else. And once that gets settled, I'll be sure to let everyone know what that is. But I just wanted to say thank you to all of you.
And thank you for that, and I appreciate you keeping us all up to date. Sure, whoever is able to come out for whatever you have planned, whoever is able to make it will definitely be there. I first want to say also congrats for winning that award for the two of you. I've seen Portrait of a Superhero myself, especially in the last couple of days. I think all of us have watched it a couple of times. I think it's kind of mandatory. Definitely amazing work, and you captured him perfectly. Seeing it brought out, like watching it right after learning about what happened, brought out so many emotions, and I know it's for everybody. I can only speak for myself, but I think everybody kind of did the same thing that I did, which was immediately go watch the documentary, process these feelings, and just kind of communicate about it. And thank you also for being the one who reported this, who told everyone what was going on, who kept everyone in the loop all the way. That's something that every single one of us here, we wouldn't, you know, we all appreciate it because the word may not have spread as much if it wasn't for you.
Thank you.
So on to the next one. Okay, my list is a little jumbled up here. We know Night Warrior left. Is Misfit back, or I keep getting people who are coming and going, and I have to admit them each time. So is Misfit back, or she has the floor if she is back? If not, then we can go on to Lord Chain. Just gonna go through the people's list here.
Misfit is there. She's Denise Messino. I don't know if she can if she's got her mic undone or not.
Let me. I can't mess it. There's no PM on here, so I can unmute her, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to unmute somebody without their permission, you know. If Misfit is currently not available, because I do know she's busy, then we can go into Lord Chain if he's still available. I know he was wanted to say a few words. I just don't know if he also left, because everybody's names here are a little not what I'm used to names.
To unmute her.
Yeah, Denise said to unmute her.
Oh, okay, cool. I can.
Also, if possible, I would like to go near the end of the night. I was wanting to do something for him since he was a Godzilla fan and stuff. If that's okay?
Yeah, at the end. Do you want me to call on you, or do you want to wait till the very end?
Near the very end.
All right.
Just so that I'm not like, cause you know.
I got you. Yeah, we'll get through everybody's, and then at the very end, I'll let you know.
Okay.
I cannot unmute her. She can only unmute herself, according to what my screen just told me. So,
Click on the display of the picture, and it'll pop up the mic, so you can undo the
yeah,
mic.
it's saying I can't unmute someone else. I can only mute other
For
people.
her, in case she doesn't know how, just hit the mic logo and then hit the camera logo, and that should sort you out, Misfit.
Yeah, it's not working on my end.
Okay. Yeah, this is the White Scorpion and Misfit.
Sup? We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Took us a minute to figure this one out. That's my bad. So, yeah, we just wanted to say, you know, it occurs to me that, you know, Dale, superhero being such a unique character that he was, and as everyone said, a larger than life personality. It feels like, you know, the world's a little smaller place without him in it. You know, I can't. There's a void there that I don't think. You know, there's nobody there that can fill that in our lives. Yeah, we met him on the first Hope mission, like Rock and Nightbug also, and he agreed to be in our documentary, and you know, I always said that I wish there was more of him in it, just because, you know, because he was so much fun, and he, you know, he didn't mind being the one that people laughed at, so he didn't mind being a little bit of a clown sometimes, or make fun of himself, and I really appreciate that about him, and it made him really fun to be around and very watchable in the movie, and I think. The movie's free for anyone who wants to see it on Amazon Prime. If you're a member of that, it's Adventures of Misfit, and I'm going to post the scene that features him. I'll put it on YouTube and Facebook in the next day or so, as soon as I can get that together. Misfit, you anything you want to say about him?
I do. Hi, everybody. We've been listening to all of you speak so beautifully about a man who was so full of life. And I don't have to tell you because you experienced it. The very first time I met Superhero, I was also meeting a group of about 30 other real-life superheroes from around the country and some even from Canada, and I was really nervous. I didn't know what to expect. I was afraid that I might not be welcomed. I felt like I was coming into a group of people who knew each other and I was an outsider. And I spent most of that handout and even the very beginning portions of the prep for the handout talking to Superhero and Lady Hero. And they were so warm and so inviting and so kind that it takes my breath away to think about how incredibly comfortable I felt instantaneously because of Dale. And a bright light has gone out. There's no question about it. I wish that he could hear the things that are being said about him tonight. People should know the impact that they make on each other, and unfortunately, we don't. We don't know. I can't. There's so many things. I was afraid to approach people. We were doing a huge handout. There was so much food, water. There was dog food. There were sleeping bags, and I was timid. And he led the way, and I'll never forget. Him. We were approaching, and it's sort of like an encampment, and there were people who were they were shading themselves with their carts, and I didn't know how to approach a stranger. I was afraid. I was intimidated. I didn't know how to do it, and he just, basically said, just follow me, and would go up to people and knock on.
It was basically knocking on homeless people's
tents,
on their little tents and saying, "Hi, I'm Superhero."
Yeah, and he would
I'm here
just
to
say,
help.
"Hello, is anybody home? We have food, we have water," and it just lifted me up, and he taught me how to reach out to strangers who were in need, who were not always receptive, and he just with such grace. My heart is broken that we've lost him, and but I'll never forget him, and I'm thankful that I had the opportunity to know him, and that he taught me a lot. Like the rest of the community, I'm so proud to be a part of you, to know who you are, and may he rest in peace. My heart goes out to his family and his loved ones.
Thank you for that. I definitely can see Dale looking down at all of us, each of us individually, watching this video and being like, is this what it took to get half of you out of retirement, and this is what it took to get the other half of you on a group chat together? And that keeps me I know Rock and Roll, you were saying before, you were like, how I don't know how you're holding up so well. For me, it's thinking about how hard he could possibly be laughing at everything going on right now, and how, but from our reactions to what we're doing now, to the fact that, like I said before, this is the most that all of us, this is the most unity that the community's had, and he'd be like, oh, if this is all it took, and I know him, he would have been like, if this is all it took, I would have done this years ago. And knowing that those are the kinds of jokes that he's making wherever he may be, he is doing it at our expense. And I think that's the main important thing, is that he will always be making fun of us at our expense in the best way. Thank you for that, Misfit and White Scorpion. My list is still chaotic. If Lord Chain is here, he can go. Cheshire Cat, if not. And if Cheshire's not here, then Robert Frost. I'll go in threes, because I always end up being wrong on one or two. Okay, I guess all three of them are. Cheshire, are you still here? You can sound off in the comments if you're having any issues.
He
Can you hear me all right?
Oh, perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I know it's going to be a little weird, but seeing this, but Dale and I joked a lot back when I was a lot more active that he always respected the fact that I did so much Oracle work and that I kind of exceeded at that. And I always joked, it's like, yeah, but Oracle always gets to show up as just this floating logo to everyone. So I thought it would be the best way of honoring that joke between us by literally showing up as a floating logo.
Honestly, it's the best.
Yeah. This hurts in so many ways. I know that I haven't been the most active since my accident back in 2012. It's so good to see so many of you. Good Samaritan, rock and roll, and Zimmer, you look amazing. Jack, I thank you for misfitting all of you. I know that I'm not the most well-known person here, and it's not about a popularity contest because that was always Dale's. Dale always led the room when it came to recognizability. But one of the things that we always talked about when we talked was he always said that he liked my gimmick because, when I first joined, there was a lot of grim dark coming into the movement, and he said it's like, you're this 6'6" dude built like a linebacker, and that's normally scary enough, but it's like you wear nothing but pink and purple, and it's like it's like I've got to say that's like the fact that he respected the fact that it's like, yeah, you may. Oh wait, something just happened on the screen. I don't know if
That's
it's
not supposed to be happening. Hold on. Can I turn that off?
Okay.
Okay. I thought I'm only supposed to be the one to present. Oh well, that's a problem I'll figure out later.
Sorry, I was losing my thing, but it's because I was thinking of going a little bit more, like blacks and darks, and he's like, no, like the world needs the giant dude dressed in pink now and then. It's we've got enough people being Batman out there. We need someone being Captain Marvel. Or Shazam now, I guess. And I always took that to heart. I'm going to say something that's it's going to rub some folks the wrong way, and I'm sorry in advance, but I am so mad at him right now. Not because of what he did, but because he was always there for us. If any one of us would have been in his shoes, he would have seen the signs and he would have reached out. And I think he knew that we would have done the same. And it's like, I'm not saying I wanted to be the hero that saved him. I just wish he would have given us the opportunity to show him how much we all wanted to pay it forward and back to him. And it's just, please, I deal with depression myself. I know that I'm not the only one here. Please, if anything, if you're in that place, don't assume that just because you're the hero that you can't be saved. Like, let the other ones, let the rest of us help you, because we do it in a heartbeat. And it's like, and I was talking with Rock and Roll yesterday about this, and I'm just like, I don't want to really mention the video he posted because it was effectively a suicide note. But the last thing he said to us is, this is a superhero and you know what to do. We know what to do. And I think that needs to be kind of our rallying cry from now on. I said something about it on someone's post about it. It's like, that needs to be, since we're all, a bunch of us are sci-fi geeks anyways, like this, the something goes wrong, you just write, I know what to do, needs to be like this is the way. Like, that's how I think that we can honor him. Is we step up to be the superhero that is no longer around. Because I'll be honest, he posted 2 things on Saturday. One was how great things are going and he's hitting the gym, and then the other post, I didn't see his final post. All I saw was, like, I was so happy to see that, things are going good and he's hitting the gym, because I've only very recently been considering getting back in the game. I reconnected with Dale 5 days ago. And he's gone. And I don't know how to process this, because he really was kind of the best of all of us. So I think we all know what to do. And that's all needs to be said about it. Is he was a great man. And he told us, he showed us the example. And then when he left, he said, hey, you know what to do now. So I can't really think of anything else to say. I'm sorry.
Thank you for saying what you've said. Even those words alone, even being angry is a part of the process. It's, part of all of it. And it hits everyone differently. We appreciate you, coming on here and telling your story and, saying your piece. And I do think that the his last words, his catchphrase, you know what to do, definitely taking that and going forward with it feels like the right course of action. There's a quote from, I believe it's from my favorite movie, Batman vs Superman. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the quote is, if you seek his monument, look around you. And I posted this on Facebook with the portrait of a superhero poster, and it kind of hit differently hearing that line, or like kind of processing it and applying it to us, and looking at that, if you seek his monument, look around you quote, and applying it to superhero. And not only, like I was saying before, his name is in our title. We take that with us everywhere we go, anytime we carry that superhero mantle. But I also think that it's something to see in each other, in the stories we're telling, and seeing how each of us are coming out of this inspired in different directions, and seeing how each of us take what had happened and what good we can do. The good that can be inspired from just hearing his stories, to the good that can be inspired from people who have known him and the people who will take what he has taught and spread it around. And I think that quote, it's one of those things where a quote just kind of is like, oh, this is a cool line, until it means more than just being a cool line. And it's something I don't think I understood as a line until seeing somebody who is that monument, who is that staple of the community, and then wanting to do something more with it, wanting to take that and kind of be better from it. And I think that goes with what you were saying, that taking his final words and making something out of it. You know what to do. Doing the best we can do in his name. I do have on my list, it's not here, we have Robert Frost.
Yeah,
Robert
I'm
Frost,
here.
you're up. What's up?
Hey, everybody hear me? Because I wrote a eulogy, so you bitches better prepare for this.
They're great, both of us. I'm glad I wasn't the only one.
Yeah, no, I completely thought ahead about this. So I'm gonna go ahead and read this eulogy I wrote for Dale. Depression is an invisible demon cloven in lead shoes, walking us in directions we would not normally go. We all travel in this crazy little snow globe we're in. We all filter through this hamster wheel, and Dale always knew how to find his own wheel. He laughed a lot at the world, even though it laughed at him, and he didn't care what anybody said to him. He didn't care about the people that disrespected him because he always respected everybody that was around him. He didn't give a shit. He became his own. He moved to his own drum. He sang a beat of almost a jolly green giant. He was a larger than life spark. I don't want to spend too much time on what we lost, but what we have to hope to gain. We gained a father, a mentor, someone to look up to, someone to aspire to. Dale taught me how to be a better person, grow into my own with wings when I couldn't even fly, and showed me that the sky was the limit even when you don't know it. I never got a chance to meet him. We always had something come up, but he was like in many ways the second father. He used to tell me dirty dad jokes, and he used to tell me they not let your past define you and try to find joy in your life. He'd always joke to me, son, if you don't get your feet going forward instead of your ass, you'll get more places. He'd always say that with compliment to me in the other half. Every one of us has seen human capacity for good, and that's what Dale was. He was the human embodiment of kindness. He had this Santa Claus effect, and wherever he went, he made the room his. If you look at the way people saw him, strangers or kids, they saw an icon. He was this larger than life Mr. Incredible, or one of the greats you would see in a pulp novel or a movie, and he will always be that. Nothing can compromise what he did or what he fought for and what he sacrificed for to do what he did. He will live on eternal. I always wish I had the confidence to pull off spandex like he did, because let's face it, none of us are going to end up on The Bachelor anytime soon. I used to joke with Dale, you might try Tinder or some kind of dating website with that superhero gimmick. Granted, this was before he was married. He said, and I quote, I'd get into too much trouble with that. He said with a weird smirk in his tone. He was our Superman. We need to hang out his cape with us wherever we go for his loss, but what he is in for our futures. And those who haven't even picked up a mask or those who don't need one, we're all super in our own way. You showed us who we are. You showed us who we need to be or could be. I'm going to quote a Tool song. You were the light and the way that we can only read about. 10,000 days and the fire is long enough. You're going home. There is light and love in the universe. Let it show you the way. That's what I wrote.
That was all really good. Thank you. Thank you. That was really great. And I mean, yeah, you I think you summed up what all of us have said, and you've said, he was like RLSH dad. He was the real life superhero dad for everyone, and it was definitely a dynamic that's going to be missed in the whole community. I genuinely don't even know what to expect going forward of how like the community as a whole is going to just operate, because even like you said, like he was, and I've compared him to Superman, the real life superhero version of Superman, but the death of Superman was a big deal, and it changed the comics and it changed everything. So my brain, which was hardwired to compare things to media, goes, oh no, what arc shift is going to happen next? And I'm interested, because I think it might be for the best of the community, because I think all of us are going to take what he practiced for so many years, and we're going to all take it with us in everything we do. We have Purple Lotus is next. Are you still on here? He was on and off. Let me see. Lotus. I see you're on here. You have to hit the bottom mute button to let yourself for your mic.
Is that it?
Sup?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, like I was never a big fan of, like in high school when kid would pass, and all these people that didn't really know them or interact with them a lot would chime in and all this stuff. I always felt like that's inappropriate. I don't think Dale was the biggest fan of me. If you've ever interacted with me, you know I can be pretty pompous or come off that way sometimes. I think we differed on thinking about guns and stuff way back when. My attitudes have changed since, and we recently refriended on Facebook, but there was always mutual respect, I felt anyway. I'm close with Legend, closer in yesteryear, but I've checked on him. He's not doing so hot, so everybody be nice to Legend, check on him. He's really busted up about this. Him and Dale were close at a time. And he was a Floridian, man. He was one of us. Like there's much like Seattle, Florida has a rich history with this whole thing. And you know, he was like the face of that. I always looked at him and Legend as two sides of the same coin, you know. Both larger than life, and I don't know, I'm not so great with this stuff. Yeah. Everybody take care of each other. Very stirring and moving what I've heard here. And he did the thing. He lived up to his archetype. He made it real. He did the thing. And we're here. And yeah, sorry guys, I'm not really a great eulogist or anything. But,
no, you're doing great.
I love y'all.
Your words are fantastic, and
I haven't been active in years, but all y'all are still my family because that whatever that fucking weirdness is here, that you know we share it. We just share that because it's not something that
you're right.
But you know, it's not something that a million people are out running around doing. It's unique, whatever it is, wherever it comes from. It does have difficulties that come with it, and I'm no stranger to those difficulties up here, you know. And I got coping mechanisms, but what's the tipping point, you know? So we all got to be better. I got to be better at talking to someone, anyone, even if it's not one of y'all, someone. I got people in my life. I just I hole off, I wall up, you know, that whole shit. So this is definitely a wake-up call to be better because I'm just like Dale, just like y'all. R.I.P. superhero.
Thank you. And I think I've heard a lot of it of like I'm not as active and I don't really mask up anymore. Like I've heard a lot of that in this, and I've always had a belief, and I think this is something that I learned through talking to Dale continuously. He always had a way of making it feel like there was always a blurred line between the mask was always a blurred line. You are who you are. Even if you're not wearing a mask, even if you're not in costume, even if you're not doing specifically the real life superhero part, you can't quit being a good person. You know, if you decide to take your mask off and then live the rest of your life being as big of an asshole as possible to as many people as possible, then yeah, okay, you can retire being an RLSH. That is fully possible if you've just dedicated your life to that. But I think realistically, all of us are just good people wanting to do good in the world, or at least try to. And mask and costume and spandex or not, you can't exactly quit doing that. You can't quit who you are. And I think that's a major important thing. And I know I learned that from Dale, and I know I want to pass that on to everybody here who has said, just because I'm not as active, or just because you're not wearing a mask all the time, or just because, like, look at me, I do a handful of official handouts in full costume per year, but most of the stuff I do is in plain clothes because it's just easily accessible for certain things, and the costume doesn't always serve that purpose. So I think it's a very important distinction that just because you don't always wear the mask, or just because you haven't done real life superhero specific things in X amount of time, that doesn't change what you are. That doesn't change who you are. That doesn't change what got you in this community to begin with. You know, so I think that's a very good distinction, and I think it's important to acknowledge that, you know, just because you're not wearing a mask anymore doesn't mean you quit. or you're retired, you're still a good person doing good work. Or at the very least, you were doing your best to be what you think a good person is. And that's all anybody can ask for at the end of the day, especially from this community. Thank you. I see that you're saying bye, so thank you, Spirit Fox, for showing up. Omega is next. If you're still on. If not, then Void and Dark Defender. I know you two had something you wanted to say. I'm at the end of the list I had copied here, so if anybody else has anything you want to say, I'm going to say it's Omega, Void, and Dark Defender. If all three of them have anything they want to say, they can add anything in, and then it's kind of open floor. This last hour is just kind of like miscellaneous. Unless anybody else has anything they distinctly want to say, you can unmute yourself or put your name in the comments.
I was just kind of waiting. I was just kind of waiting for my turn. I
That's
wasn't sure where
fantastic.
I was in the list.
You can go. You can go now. I'm sorry, my list got a little messed up along the way, so you're more than welcome to go.
Okay, no, thank you. So my name is Stormbringer. I am the president of the Skiffytown League of Heroes and the founder of the Maryland Defenders. I've been doing the RLSH thing since probably about, well, technically 2007, but Maryland Defenders actually founded about 30 years ago. I got to go on mission a few times with Dale, and I got to tell you that the man is incredible. There was so much about him that was so genuine and so real, and I did not know him as well as a lot of the other people that are here today. Some of the people that are here in this group know me, or at least know of me, and I have know of or have met many of the people here. It's just so hard when we lose one of our own. He's not the first of the supers that we have had to say goodbye to for one reason or another, and not the first of the people I've known that I've lost in the way that we lost Dale. And someone else had said earlier about how, he was so mad at him, and that was kind of the same way that I felt when we lost Freedscript. Freedscript made the same choice, and I was angry. I was so angry at him. I'm like, what were you thinking? But then at the same time, I didn't know what he was thinking. And you can't see these things coming, unfortunately. And when they happen, we all have to do our best to be the better person because of the person we knew. And you'd already said about how, he'd probably be laughing his ass off right about now. Because let's face it, the RLSH community has been really disparate in recent years. We're all really spread out. A lot of us aren't active. Many have retired. And most of us do what we do without gimmick. Maryland Defenders, our main mission is animal rescue. And I don't do gimmick most of the time for that. It's a little inconvenient. But I will always remember the missions that I went on with Dale, with Superhero. And I just remember just how genuine and just how dedicated he was to everything. Many of the people within Skiffytown have worked with him directly a lot more than I have, and we're much closer friends. And we're all very devastated to know that he's gone. And if I may, I would like to paraphrase a little bit from the writings of Chief Tecumseh in relation to this event. And that is, live your life, that the fear of death can never enter your heart. Seek to make your life long and its purpose in the service of your people. Prepare a noble death song for the day when you go over that great divide. Always give a word or a sign of salute when meeting or passing a friend, even a stranger, when in a lonely place. And when it comes your time to die, be not like those whose hearts are filled with the fear of death, so that when their time comes, they weep and pray for a little more time to live their lives over again in a different way. Sing your death song and die like a hero going home. He was a hero. He embraced it. He meant it. He felt it. And in his every breath and in his every moment, he followed all of those rules to live your life. And while I may not have known him as well as others, his loss is great to our community to the RLSH movement, and to the world at large because of everything wonderful that he did for everyone else. I just wish that we could have been there for him. And to Suzanne, I don't know if she's still online, but my dear, dear lady, do not feel guilty. Do not feel blame. At least you were there. That was meant to be, and I know how much that hurts, but sometimes we're where we need to be, even if it doesn't feel like it's the right time. Anyway, I just wanted to say that on behalf of myself, the Maryland Defenders, and the Skiffy Town League of Heroes, we want to express our deepest and deepest sincere condolences to his family, to those that knew him and loved him more than I did, and how very, very sorry we are and how much we feel his loss to our community.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, and I get that whole the whole sometimes the gimmick isn't exactly necessary for what you're doing that day kind of thing. I get that. You know, and yeah. Let me see here. Night Owl, I saw you had. Okay, Night Owl, you have the floor. I don't think
I'm still here.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, you're good to go, Omega.
Thank you. Sorry I'm wearing this really crappy mask. I didn't have anything else at the moment. But as growing up as a kid, I was bullied a lot. And you know, when I found out about the Real Life Superhero Initiative, it was kind of like my way out, I guess, of all that depression and anger and everything, you know? And I remember looking on the website, and I remember seeing superhero, and I was like, that's an interesting name, you know? Like as a kid, I was like, you know, that's kind of cheesy, like superhero, like come on. But you know, looking at it now, it meant something, you know? He wore that name with pride, and he had every right to. He proved to everyone that, you know, that superheroes do exist, you know. He was always a big inspiration for me, even if, you know, I never had any interaction like a lot of the heroes here, you know. But I will never be able to forget his legacy and everything he's done, you know. And it sucks because he was one of the heroes that I wanted to meet the most, and I'll never get that chance. But what I do know is that I will continue, you know, and I'll go on if that's what it takes. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for speaking. Tamerlane just came in, so I'll give him the floor next. Thank you for speaking. Let me fix that. Definitely goes to say that he's inspired. Like it's what I was saying before. He's inspired so many generations of RLSH from beginning to end, being one of the originals and lasting as long as he did, continuously doing it, and keeping that same energy and positive attitude every single time. That's definitely felt through everyone. Tamerlane, I saw you came in. I don't have anyone else on my list, so if anybody else wants to speak or say anything, or I think Impact, you said you had one more thing you wanted to add. It's kind of free game at this point, now that my list is done.
All right. Well, I guess I'll just jump in here real quick since we have a down moment.
Go for it.
So I wanted to share a thought with everybody about this whole situation that we're facing. It would almost seem like it is a crisis that we're all personally going through. And when I came into the movement, when I came into the community, I remember having to explain to my parents, because I was underage at the time when I got involved. We're talking about 12 years back, 13 years back. And, you know, the real life superhero movement is how it's always been explained. And an object stays in motion exacted upon by an outside force, or an object will stay stationary unless enacted upon by an outside force. Now, like a lot of us, we talk about doing stuff without the gimmick. When I was 18, my first tattoo, so I got the void symbol tattooed on myself. You know, that was 11 years ago. So I always had a part of my gimmick with me, because I always wanted to remind myself that what we do doesn't stop because it is a movement. Superhero understood that probably better than most of us, because people who knew him evidently talked about how he was always on the move, always doing things. I mean, even his car, he had a car that was registered with a vanity plate for his transportation. Everyone here, you know, there is a spiritual truth to where you're always where you need to be at the right time. And we're all here right now together. Let's not waste this opportunity to reconnect. Let's not waste this opportunity to do more good. For those who see the name that I have here, my email address is, you just remove the space and put in the Gmail. I will give you my personal number if you need to talk, so that we all can get through this. And I wanted to apologize to everyone for not being active. I've been very distant these 12 years because the animal, who many of you know, he's been very public and out in the open. And I've been in the shadows because I missed something that superhero understood, to be a symbol and to bring people together and to unite them. So, if anything, this is a call for us to step forward. He would want us to be together and to be united. He would want us to step up and step forward. So for those who need to talk, you know, there's someone here for everybody. And there's no reason any of us have to go through this alone. No reason whatsoever. And Dusk mentioned, you know, the death of Superman, and I've correlated this whole situation to that too. You know, the life and the death of a superhero, of the superhero. And I remember just a few moments ago, after me and Animal we parted ways for the day, because he had some stuff in his civilian life to take care of, and he says he was going to tune in. He was having trouble with the app, and this is such a beautiful thing. And I think that he would be so proud of us. I mean, he'd be upset with himself that he hurt all of us, but he would be so proud that we're starting to come together. He'd be so proud that he had an impact. He would be so proud that even this moment of dark, just despair that we're having, that we could still laugh at him, because he honestly loved that. He got such a big kick out of the humor. And he didn't care that people were laughing at him. He cared that people were laughing. And it does take a special type of crazy for us to be together and for us to be who we are. So I'm going to be more present, guys. And I'm excited to walk forward with you, even though I've been gone for such a long time. And I'm going to miss him. I didn't know him as much as I should have. I didn't know him as much as I could have. Let's not make the mistake and seclude ourselves from each other, because we are a family. And let's also remember, guys, let's try to use proper coping mechanisms. It's going to be hard, but let's not make bad choices. Let's not make regrets. Let's just try to live life the way he did and bring joy to others. And that's really all I got to say. And I appreciate everybody's strength. And it takes a lot of strength to share your pain. So thank you for that. And it's okay to be angry. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to, however you got to get through this, that's okay. And as I said, my line is open to you guys. Just reach out. I'm here for every single one of you if you need me.
And it's definitely welcome, and I think the unity that this will bring is definitely something that we can all look forward to, just to see what might come of it, even if it's nothing like completely groundbreaking or world-shaking changes. Just in general, it's a shift in a potentially positive direction. That's something good to look at. I believe Night Owl was next. If he's still with us, I'd be more than happy to hear from him. I know I missed your name a couple of times on there. I apologize.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Wow, what a day. Like a lot of you, I woke up yesterday, came downstairs, and before I even had my first cup of coffee, I saw Razorhawk's post, and I sat up, still bleary-eyed in my chair, and exclaimed, like, oh my god. Oh my god. And my wife asked me what was wrong. I immediately just wrote down for those of you who know me, I go by Night Owl with a K. I found the real life superhero community a long time ago, and we back the old school folks, if you know, you know. We were on the Heroes Network, MySpace, back in the day, probably 07, 08. Hello, Zimmer. It's lovely to see you. You look great, by the way. Max, Geist, Jack, I love you. I love you all. It's so good to see you guys. Superhero and I, we both lived in Florida. I lived a couple hours away, and I got a chance to go visit him when I was still very new. I went through my phone and I found this awesome photo of us when we were much younger, very, very skinny. Dale took me for a ride in his fucking sexy as hell Stingray with the supercharger, and we went and patrolled looking for trouble, and he met me with that contagious laugh and threw a big hug, told me he loved me, called me brother. It's a worse world without Dale. He was compassionate and charitable, and I think sort of in the back of our minds, all of us have this vision someday we'd be sitting around in a nursing home joking about, remember the good old days? I was doing so good until now.
It's healthy to let it out.
Yeah, no, I know. But there's a lot of history, and none of us ever imagined that Dale would be not okay. I think most of us saw him struggle with figuring out what he wanted to do with his life, but he always seemed like a man of action, and he was just so boisterous, and he had that infectious laugh. He was just, he never did anything half-assed. I mean, it's been said so many times. He's the biggest personality. He walked into a room and he never went like, huh, okay. He was just like, Zowie! He was just bigger than life. And I think we all feel a little hole is now here. So I could rant for days, but I will just blubber. But I wanted all you to know that I loved him, and I know he loved you. If you knew him, he loved you. So that's all I have to say.
I wish I could give you a hug from here, and I'm so sorry I am unable to give you a physical hug, but I am sending you many virtual hugs online. And I do hope that, I know that all of us have experienced, all of us have experienced loss, but in some way, shape, or form have experienced loss prior to this. If you have. If you haven't, then you might be new to these sensations and feelings, but this is, living with loss is tough. It's definitely not easy. It doesn't go away. I think that was my takeaway from the amount of loss that I've faced. My takeaway has always been, you just kind of live with it. You live with the feeling. You live with the memories, and it doesn't always suck. Just sometimes it sucks a little bit less, and that's kind of what living with loss is like. And if any of you are struggling, are having problems processing that loss, I know for me, it's very easy to look at myself and say, I know this isn't a coping mechanism and finding a new way to figure it out. But I know that's not easy for everyone. I know it's definitely not easy in general. So, if any of you do have issues with coping or finding a way to process these emotions, or feel like you are spiraling or going down a dangerous path, please feel free to reach out. Feel free to reach out to me, to anybody, anyone you feel close to personally, but also, my messages are always open. My wall's always open. You guys see the ridiculous shit I post half the time. Feel free to comment. Anything like that. I'd be more than happy to just talk.
I'm sorry. I gotta say something right quick.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Go for it.
Yeah. You know, I think I had shared this here a while back, but I lost my father to battling cancer back when I was 15 years old. He died when I was 15 years old. So I grew up the rest of my teenage years without a father, and I've had these father figures in my life, and meeting old superhero really put a father figure in my life, and I've had a brother who was who had known for a long time since I was about 8 years old, and him about 10 years old, and we had lost contact off and on, but we were always still able to find each other again, and then at one point he became an RLSH himself. He learned a lot from what I told him about and showed him and stuff, and um, it it was one night when I was actually on patrol that I get a text message from my sister-in-law telling me that he took his own life that earlier that day, and I had to end the patrol altogether because I took it very hard. And as I'm as I'm listening to everyone, it just kind of got me to thinking back on that time as well, because I was devastated. I was very devastated, and I I wanted to do something special for him because at the time he actually lived in Panama City. No, I'm sorry, not Panama City, but he lived in Alabama, because he had just not too long ago moved to Panama, moved from Panama City to Alabama, but I did a candlelight vigil in his honor, and we actually posted it on our main page of the JAI because of the fact that it was the least I could have done, because even then I know how it happened because I found out, and I felt like I felt like I could have possibly saved him, and I know people were telling me off and on, hey, it's not your fault, it's not, you you did what you could to talk to your brother and stuff, and um, to this very day I think about that still, and um, just overall, just having support, having someone being there to talk to, it helps a lot. It helps a whole lot because I mean, you really don't know how blessed you are until it actually shows. And I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Thank you. It's definitely appreciate that. Does anybody else have anything they would like to say or any other words? I'm going to end off on us playing Portrait of a Superhero. So I'm going
It
to
does.
open. Yes.
I was gonna do something.
One thing real quick. I just want to remind everybody that Soups has one last mission that we're all trying to help him
Yes.
help him complete. And if everybody could just share the link, I'm sure Dusk will post it on his page again. You can get a patch, a superhero patch for $10. And it's also, all the money is being donated to Soup's last mission, which was the LGBT teen center and stuff. So that's all, and that's it. Anyway, love you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And let me see. Yes.
Real quick, it's not even like it's something I was talking to my brother about, and he reminded me of. So the term gimmick is really strong in the RLSH community, and that really came from superhero. And I want everyone to think about that because that's what I've been thinking about for the last hour. And again, if you want to get involved with the funeral, we don't know the time or date yet, but if you are interested in going and you don't know if you have a place to stay, theimpact82@gmail. Please reach out. We will find a place to keep you. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that impact. And, we'll definitely keep everybody in the loop. You know how much I post in a given day. Oh, Fairy Rose, if you'd like to speak, you're more than welcome to take the floor, and then I'll end us off on Portrait of a Superhero. So once everybody's like, we're done, I don't have anything else to say, I'll put Portrait of a Superhero on. And I think Dragon, you wanted to end off on something, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So basically, I just discovered about what it was. I forgot his name. The superhero. Last night, and I saw that he was a massive fan of Godzilla. And if you don't know, I'm a big fan of Godzilla myself, and a big fan of Tokusatsu in general. And like hearing all these stories about how amazing this guy was, and like just reaching out to the community, like reaching out for community and stuff, and just helping out when everybody needs it, and like having this unity, especially during a time like this, like COVID-19, and us losing him is like, it's like a fire, like letting go for you guys. Like I've heard of you superheroes beforehand, but I never really did know that there's a full community otherwise and stuff. And that's why and that's why I do want to kind of do this tribute, since he was a big fan of Godzilla and stuff, and I am somewhat of a singer. I would like to dedicate like the ending theme to Godzilla versus Megalon's thing. I don't know what was his favorite Godzilla movie. I don't know. It's from the 1970s. Very corny. You might have saw it on MST3K. And I think this is kind of like the only way as a Tokusatsu fan and a Godzilla fan, could pay tribute to him. So if you're up there, superhero, I hope you enjoy and are hanging out with all the suit actors, actors of stuff from Japan, from Godzilla and stuff. So yeah. Well, I'm just gonna do it without it. Sora ni kage yaku matkana yo. Jaga, boku wa no jaga. Hiku no habunai sono toki ya. Warumono domine moe tu pan. Godi wa to jaga, and they punch. Minna seiji no omonashida. Hito ga tsukutta robo dakedo. Sing it. Jet Jaga, Yasada Jaga. Yuke, hey, our mama tamen. Minna modo oki o miseru. Koji wato Jaga, and they punch. Minna boku ano ganyamo. Thank you.
Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Danger Man. Thank you for that, Dragon. We appreciate it, and I'm so sure Dale is very, very happy. Very happy. Danger Man, you have the floor. I know you wanted to come in and say something, so you have the floor.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got in here late, and then I wasn't sure how to use this app, okay. But superhero, I only met him a couple of times and talked to him long distance. Once time I met him during the Comic-Con, and always a gentleman, a real fighter, a real inspiration. And I know this loss is going to be felt all the way out here to LA, and through the work that he did and what he represented. And I admire him. And I always tell guys, if there's anything on your hearts, open up to people and let somebody help you. Okay. And that's really all I have to say. Just a great guy. And and it's just an inspiration. So thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Thank you. Fairy Rose, I believe you wanted to speak. Skyman, if you'd like to bring her on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Adjusting.
Okay. I didn't know him, but I have only been in this since right before the pandemic started. I do know Skyman, thinks a lot of him. And I see quite a few names in here of people I worked with down in Portland last weekend. And I've heard what they've said about him and how much he meant to them. So, and a lot of these people I have come to respect already. And from what they've said about him, he must have been really something special. I'm kind of bummed that I'm not going to get a chance to meet him or get to know him or anything like that. But if anybody needs somebody to talk to, my Facebook's always open. So whether I know you right now or not, you can find me on Facebook under Dawn Dunbar. I have been through my own losses, people taking their own lives. So I do understand what you are going through. So I just want to get on here and let people know that if they need somebody to talk to, don't hesitate. Don't wait till it's too late to say something.
Thank you. Thank you. Tamerlane, I see you. I know you wanted to say something for a bit. You can. You're up next.
Okay. Old Superhero was a very smart man. He was a very educated man. He knew his history. He knew his pop culture, and he was a worthy opponent to debate. Although we rarely saw eye to eye, and at the risk of sounding meta, he robbed me of my chance to have further conflict with him. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I gotta say I do appreciate that. Superhero brought villains and heroes together to remember him. I wanted to show. I had Razorhawk Jack here. I asked him to make this. Let me see if I can even see it on my screen because mine's a little janky. I have made this. Here, I'll close up. Jack made this. It's Real Life Superheroes with superhero logo in it, and then you know what to do at the bottom. I made this my border on Facebook. If anyone else is interested in doing something similar, just sharing it. I'll probably keep it for a while and use it. I think using it for RLSH related just things, even if you're just posting about RLSH or, instead of using the old medallion RLSH logo or the prior one that this one was based off of, I think if we all use this one in like a symbol of solidarity, a symbol of the RLSH community remembering our fallen, I think that might be for the best. Otherwise, if that'd be great if you could change it on the wiki. I'm also responding to the chat. We've been on this big emotional roller coaster. We are in the end of it. I am going to play Portrait of a Superhero. I'm going to put that on. I'm going to present it. So I'm going to figure out how this feature works. And let me see now. Present a tab, and then portrait of superhero. Now you guys should see what I see. Whoop.
So here we are out on patrol.
Can you guys
Not
hear
much
everything?
really happens, at least not in Clearwater, Florida. It's 99% boredom for one moment of sheer terror. Yeah, I've had a few close calls, prevented a few muggings. It's those few moments that make the rest of the time worthwhile.
One night I pulled over to try and put out a car fire. I was lucky the darn thing didn't blow up in my face. I could have been killed.
What is a real life superhero? A real life superhero is basically anybody that uses the effigy of the American-born superhero to get their point across to their public, whatever their drive or compassion may be, looking for lost kids, helping the homeless, whatever floats their boat. I started out as a professional wrestler back in the 90s, and I tore my ACL in half, and that was pretty much the end of my wrestling career. The character wouldn't die. My gimmick, superhero, wouldn't die, and he just kind of stuck around. And then I was superhero in a few TV pilots and commercials and things like that.
Now, this was before social media became a real thing or anything. So there was the only way, I knew there were a few other guys, a handful of them in the country. That's when I started going out in my gimmick, looking to help people and that kind of thing.
New Year's Eve was actually our first date, and so he was going to come up to Bricktown, which is a nightclub right next to Gold's Gym where we met, and I didn't know anything about superhero or old superhero. Nothing. He just was a gym guy, with a nice build and a nice smile. New Year's Eve comes, and we, rang in the new year, and he gets there around 12:30 in his superhero gimmick. Well, I really don't know what my thoughts were at that moment, except this dude is not like anybody else I have ever met in my entire life. And his suit is obviously spandex, and it's red, and here's his presence.
I never thought I was going to see her again. I was like, wow, I'm never going to see her again. That ended in disaster.
And I just was kind of in awe that someone would feel comfortable enough to wear that and be absolutely, totally fine with it.
But I was a very sickly kid. I had bad nerves and everything like that. Didn't grow up in the best of households.
Godzilla was probably my first friend. When I was 4 years old, and of course he's big, and he's take charge kind of guy. And so I had my huge Godzilla collection, and I met this woman in the early 90s. We were getting real serious. She says, I cannot wait to redecorate this place. And I said, get out. She says, what? I said, get out. She's like, you aren't serious. And I said, Godzilla's been my friend since I was about 4. I've known you for about a year. Do the math. Sorry. Godzilla overall.
So between the superhero persona and this collection of Godzillas, I have never met anyone like this.
Oh yeah, I was horrifically bullied in school. Horrifically. Was a complete and total outcast. I'm glad I didn't grow up in the era of social media, because at least I had 8 hours of rest before I went back the next day for round 2.
Comics and cartoons and sci-fi and things like that were my escape. But I always saw guys like Adam West and William Shatner and all these big, take command, able to take care of themselves kind of guys. And I guess I just wanted to end up like them.
That probably influenced my superheroing, later on in life. I used to patrol a lot more frequently than I do nowadays. Nowadays I do more philanthropy and things like that than I do patrol. When you do patrol, you go out looking for people at the side of the road to help, people that just need assistance in general. A couple of times I've been out, I've prevented car fires.
One night I was walking through a bar looking for a guy. Another guy in there decided he wanted to try me because I had my gimmick on. Didn't end very well for him.
So many things happen when you're not in your gimmick. Like I said, I wish I had a magic watch like Johnny Sacco or something where I could push the button and my gimmick would magically appear. And I saw this old guy sitting at the side of the road and he's sitting there beating his shoes out. So I turned the vet around and came back and said, "Can I get you anything?" And he says, "Take me to the soup kitchen." I said, "Okay, get in." And so he reaches over and cranks my radio and he's yelling, "Hey man, look at me," out the window of the car. And I drop him off at the soup kitchen. He gets out and he waves back to me, still holding his shoes in his hand and everything. So he was the homeless guy that arrived at the soup kitchen in a Corvette. He was the talk of the soup kitchen. But a lot of stuff happens when you're not in your gimmick. So that's why a lot of superheroes end up turning to philanthropy and stuff like that. It isn't from lack of superheroic effort. It's more for filling time. So it's just always being vigilant, always being ready. I enjoy, working with kids. I enjoy letting them see a real superhero, because they want to believe that superheroes are real. So why not let them? I just wanted to take a time out to thank everybody who donated and who pulled together so well to raise the funds to send Power Boy to the Mayo Clinic to get his seizures treated. I just wanted to say you guys are all the real superheroes. There's all these emo kids that, find the superhero community. "Oh, well, Adam West Batman is no good because Batman was originally a dark gothic fairy tale." And I said, well, you better, find a copy of the original Batman from the 30s to take a look at, because it was nothing of the sort. It was a Mickey Spillane novel. "I got 3 slugs in me and 2 of them are gin." And he comes up and he goes, "Where's the broad? I ain't telling you." Pow! And then, I swung through the window and broke his neck. But that's what Batman originally was a Mickey Spillane novel. It's kind of the thing you deal with in the real superhero community, is running into everybody has their own vision of what it's going to be. I'd say to anyone that wants to do it, don't limit yourself. If you want to be a real superhero, then do a variety of things. I mean, look in your comics. What character has done the same thing over the years? So just evolve. Let yourself roll with it and do whatever, comes to mind. When I first started doing it, I was kind of damaged goods. And I really didn't care what happened to me. Just being perfectly honest. I wouldn't go so far as to say I was suicidal, but running around in tights in the middle of the night looking for trouble is kind of suicidal. I can watch documentaries on serial killers like Henry Lee Lucas, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and I can just literally go down the list and like a checklist and say, my mom did that, 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 the whole way down. The whole way down. There was a lot of abuse. A lot of abuse. Verbal, emotional, physical, a little bit of sexual. You were nothing, you were nobody, you were property, nothing is yours until you're 18. Beaten with just about everything she could get her hands on. My dad was not a bad guy, but he was completely shut down. He wasn't much of a parent either, even though he was not abusive. There's a way out. Big and strong is the way out. There was a dispute. He hit me. I picked him up. I slammed him through the kitchen table. Told him, don't ever touch me again, this kind of thing. My mom never touched me again. I grew up in the Rambo era, the Arnold era, the big, strong, take charge guy era, so seeing those guys being able to protect themselves and everything like that was pretty much what spurred me on to beat the abuse and get out of the abuse. And so superheroes were a big part of that.
He just sees somebody in need and does what he needs to do in order to really be helpful, make a difference, see them smile. There was a woman that was on the side of the road up on US 19, and she had an old raggedy car, and it was a hot summer's day, and she had a kid in the back seat, and the kid was dirty. Anyway, she had like a flat tire, so somehow he gets her up to the Tires Plus, up the street or something, and he tells the guy, just get her a new tire, or whatever else she needs, and he just paid for it and went along his merry way. And that, I think, still is kind of an emotional experience for me. I don't know. It never ever happened before Dale moved here. That's all I know. And it's happened frequently. He has a whatever in his car where you can, pump up people's tires, takes them up to the gas station for gas, numerous stories, and he helps them all out, and he's happy to do it. It's inspiring. It's helped me, I think, to grow and become a better human being, which is maybe one of the reasons why I chose him.
Oddly enough, though, I wouldn't change anything. I kind of like how I turned out, so there's no point in changing anything. And if I had to tell a young kid who was going through the same thing, I would tell him, you don't want anything to be changed. You want this to happen. You're going to have more character. You're going to be a better person. Like a lot of people say, like, being an adult, is a big letdown. Well, to me, being an adult is awesome. It was being a kid that was a letdown.
We each really recognize what the other one is and isn't. And we don't really look for the other person to be something different. Although Dale might argue, because I do have OCD and, no shoes.
I got to get all these pillows right, or Lady Hero will kick my ass. You can tell I'm making a chick bed, because look at this. Now see, this has to go like this, and this, and then this has to go like this. And you can't put two together that are the same thing, because you'll get it. You got to go like that, then like that, and that. That's how you make a chick bed. I never expected my life to turn out this well, actually. Yeah, literally, things could not be better than they are now. It's just a big roller coaster ride. You just roll with it and enjoy it and try to be the best superhero you can be and have a good time with it.
His generous nature is deeply ingrained into who he is, and I don't see that changing at all.
You're the best thing that ever happened to me. You're everything I ever wanted in a woman. You changed my life. You make my life better every single day. That without her, I'd be nothing. Yeah, without Lady Hero, superhero would be nothing. That's basically what I'd say to her.
To the end, the end. There's things in life you simply need to know. But some trust in letting go.
I don't know. There could be an emotional aspect, because I'm an emotional being, but I have to say that truly, I think he's absolutely an amazing, amazing individual. I really do. I love him. I'm so happy that we're married. Just over the top phenomenal.
Just goes to show what they say, that the eyes are the mirror of a soul, because he doesn't really look like much of anything until you start putting his face on him, does he?
All right. I just had to clear it. So yeah, I personally can't think of anything else. I think everyone who's come in and said their piece, I think everybody's had something to say, and you know, all we can do is now move forward and hope for the best.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stephen. And can I just say, can we not wait until another one of us dies to do this again?
The number one quote of any funeral. But yes.
Like, can we just like have even a monthly hangout would be really nice.
I wouldn't
I would
mind
be
doing that,
down
or
for
maybe a podcast.
Well, we have there's the radio show that they do, the call-in radio show that Rock and Bug do. That's tomorrow, and I think it's every Tuesday. There's that. But if you guys wanted to do some kind of big meet like this kind of thing, and we all just hang out and shoot shit, I can definitely plan for that. These things are easy for me to make. This was literally like I just generate a link and then I share it. So I can definitely do that more often. I mean, that's how I started, as Dusk was doing a ton of Tiny Chat meetups. So we could definitely plan for that, or at the very least I could share it around, and if whoever shows up, shows up.
Yeah, after Sir Steampunk died, Max and Nix and I did a weekly call just to check in. It was definitely very helpful for all of us getting through his death. So I would definitely recommend. I would recommend something. Weekly may be too ambitious because there's so many people, but monthly would be cool. Either one.
Monthly, I could definitely manage monthly. I mean, we're also in the middle of the end of the world, so, you know, everybody's schedule is a little bit more freed up. What I'll do is, obviously, after the next couple of days, I will share anything. I think we recorded this whole thing, so once I know Discordia had done some recordings, so I will touch base with her. If anyone specifically doesn't want their names or their pictures, their video shown, anything like that, feel free to message me on Facebook, or you can contact Discordia. She's the one with the video, so anything you tell me, I'll just direct to her. So if any of you have a specific, I don't want my name being shown, or I don't want my face being shown, or anything like that, just send them at word, and we will take care of that before we post anything.
Can I say something before we close this out?
Of course.
A lot of you, if you followed along with Dale, you knew he loved going to conventions and Comic-Con and the like. And I don't remember when, but I specifically remember he went to go see Adam West, which was his, like, the guy that he always wanted to. He idolized Adam West because he wasn't just a great actor, but he was a great role model for Dale. And he used to say, some people will tell you, don't meet your heroes, and I'd say, fuck that. He met. There's footage of him somewhere. I want to say it's somewhere on Facebook or MySpace where he got to meet West. He's crying like a baby, just in love with the moment, and it's important to remember, like, Dale was very human, but like bigger than life. So I just, if I can impress upon like something to him, I think that he would want you to know that, like, real life superheroes are not a thing that you are; it's a thing that you do, and it's not just a persona and a gimmick. It's going out and like doing the work and putting boots on the ground, which he loved. He loved the theatrics of it, but everyone that he ever met who was after that he was ready to throw it. Hey, we're all in this together.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I definitely get that. Yeah, he would want all of us to just be doing the best job we can do. I think that's all you can ask anybody. And I will definitely consider hosting some form of monthly, if not biweekly, RLSH hangout, just to chill, just to chat, check in, see if everybody's doing all right. I'll post up a few links if if it works out the first couple of times we do it, and maybe it'll be a regular thing. But I want to thank everyone for coming. I want to thank everyone for making this all work out. This would have been a hell of a lot awkward if it was just me sitting here for 4 hours with like 1 or 2 other people. And it really goes to show that he was the best. He was the real superhero, and all we can do is take what he's taught us and use that in everyday. Use that to the best of our abilities to be our best selves. Do this. So yeah, with that, good night, everyone. Thank you all for coming, and I definitely hope that this isn't the last time we'll all see each other until the next tragedy. Everybody have a great night, and I hope everybody. I hope this was able to help you process, or at the very least, begin to heal. If a single person in this chat walked away with that feeling, then I feel like I've done his memory justice for this. So thank you all for coming.